Europe, Middle East and Africa, all of them in with a shot at qualifying for the PMWC later on this year. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank, and the PMSL starts today, Blank.
Yeah, it's live action, the 15th. I'm ready to get going with it. Obviously, it's been a while. Hello to everyone at home. I haven't seen you in a little bit, but here we are, ready to rock and roll with a bit of Super League action coming right at you. A lot of cool teams coming into this. Obviously, we have just jumbled everyone from last year's PMPLs into this EMEA Super League. So it should be some fantastic competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely going to be all to play for. We've got plenty on the line, so make sure you're keeping up to date with all of the teams, everything that's going on by checking out our socials. You can see those at the bottom of the screen. Lovely display there. So go and check those out. What is that? Instagram, YouTube, TikTok? Wherever you get your content from, we got you covered, so make sure you're hitting those up. Of course, as you said, plenty of teams going to be looking for the best result possible. 20 teams at the start, only 16 move forwards. There's a lot of money on the line, but let's hear all about it from the best-looking Frenchman in esports. That's right, it's Maxman. Tell us about it.
Get ready for the PUBG Mobile Super League we all have been waiting for. The teams that have qualified will gather in Katowice, Poland, where the tournament will be held, and teams will face off against each other on the live stage from May 15th to the 9th of June. So let's take a closer look at how the tournament will progress. We start off with the league stage, which will last a total of 3 weeks. Every week we'll have 5 match days, consisting of 6 matches per day. 20 teams will be divided into 5 groups, and each group will play 4 out of 5 playdays. Teams are awarded with bonus points based on their placements after each week. In the second and third week, the groups get reset and are grouped based on their weekly placement points. The top 16 teams at the end of the 3 weeks based on their combined score of each week will be moving on to the finals, where they will compete for the title. Additionally, half of the bonus points they've earned in the league stage will be added to the finals, giving them a crucial head start going into the finals. The finals are spread over 3 days, where they will play 6 matches per day. The top team at the end of the tournament will be crowned winners of PMSL EMEA Spring 2024. Additionally, the top 4 teams will also be moving on to the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024 group stage, whereas 5th place will be moving on to the survival stage. The pressure and stakes are higher than ever, so tune in and watch your favorite teams and pro players live in action on May 15th.
There you go. It is today, May 15th, and this is what the teams are going to be playing for. A lot of numbers on your screen, but the main one there, total 400k on the line, Blank. That is a lot of money that we're going to be dishing out over the next 5 weeks. Some of it for the league stage, some of it for the finals. What numbers catching your eye here?
It's a big money moment right here for PMSL. Obviously, we got the player bonuses, show matches, challenges. I think the most interesting one there is the player bonuses with the rising star of PMSL, which is the most eliminations from one single player, and it's got to be their first time. All right, no reruns here. We want to see a new player on the block with the highest eliminations, and we'll be awarding them with $2,000. It's quite a lot of money to get your hands on if you're a new player here in PMSL. But we got loads of other little fun challenges there, but we've also got our finals prize pool with $55,000 going to that first place position.
That is one hell of a sweet bonus, because not only are you the winner of PMSL, but that first place team will qualify for PMWC along with second, third, and fourth place teams as well. So that is a really, really great start to their year, to the first season here in spring of the PMSL. So plenty to be getting our teeth into over the next few weeks. It's going to be an exciting time, I'm sure. I'm pretty interested as well at we saw during the explainer video about the bonus point situation. The shift up that's happened from what we've seen before in this region is, of course, that halving, right, of the bonus points, which for a 3-day tournament at the end for the finals, I feel like it makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's great having all those bonus points been thrown at you, but it got a little bit to the point last year where it was quite difficult to catch up to one team that's done really well in the league stage. We still want to keep things a little bit spicy here, John.
Yeah, let's take a look at the teams that will be participating over the next few weeks. Of course, some familiar faces, some new entries, some rebrands coming through. You were talking about early that combination style that we've seen from, I think, most predominantly the Turkish region here. A couple of teams joining forces, a couple of organizations throwing in their hat together over the next, for this season, certainly.
Yeah, it's quite good actually. In Turkey, we obviously have got Nexru doing it, Footballist KAOS, RC Bra. There's a lot of teams over in Turkey who've just come together to create themselves an ultimate team that can take on the other teammates outside of Turkey itself here in the PMSL EMEA. I think it's definitely something to keep an eye out for here, John.
Yeah, well, tell you what else we should be keeping an eye out for. Some of these European teams as well.
To rack up the eliminations, they need to start to find the points required to get around, as Classic are just being a bit too passive on their side. But now the next fight starts. It's between SBG and Nexus. SBG first person perspective, pushing in 2-on-1 play. Kasune tries to find it. Massive Blue's on fire through. He gets one. He's got a swap. Kitsune going on around him. The last player of Big Baby probably gonna go down. He takes a ton of damage, and that's gonna be the shot stop.
Will find EXO as well as Doran as they're passing. Both don't have too much utility, I don't think. That's a nice nade from Fury. It should do a lot of damage. Gets them both down to half HP. One more nade left in the pocket. And they're just going to deny. Victor burns himself away. They want the challenge short. And he will find it. Limbo is there, and there's the spray from Meku. He drops him too, and Keeper's in danger now as Dagestan might fall. They want to flush this one out. There's an off angle you can see just on the left side for Matic. He needs to be careful, but spots the player crawling. Eel is there. Will look for the shots over the top of the rock, and Matic looks to close it down for Gladiators.
Plenty of power from the European region there, so certainly some names to be looking out for. We've had a couple of shuffles from those rosters as well. You would have seen them with different name tags in those clips as to what they're playing under now, and we'll be covering that, I'm sure, in the matches to come. We've got plenty of those matches still to come, and this is how they're going to be laid out, Blank. We're going to be playing, first of all, for 3 weeks in the league stage. You can see there's 5 game days per week. One group of the 5 groups that we have in this tournament will be sitting out per day. That means 16 teams will be playing per day, and then we'll be moving along like that in these groups. Each week, the groups get reshuffled, so we'll be able to take a look at some new dynamics as time goes on.
Absolutely, and some of those best teams be reshuffled together to make a bit more of a fun little format. Let's take a quick look at our daily schedule and see what maps we have for you today. We'll be starting things off over on Sandhook very shortly, heading over to Erangel for 3 times, and then finishing things off with a double Miramar. So plenty of action ahead of us today. And I am imagining that some of these teams are going to be bringing their A game, considering they've had a long time here to really get things together, scrim it all out, and really prepare for this big moment, for the big prize pool right at the top.
Ooh, that big whopper at the top as well. It's going to be all to play for. The teams playing today, we're going to be taking a look at those in just a moment. The group that will be sitting out is Group B out of the 5 groups that we have. That means Group A, C, D, and E will be playing. I had to remember my alphabet there. It's a challenge, but I got there in the end. But yeah, these are going to be the teams that are participating. The teams that are sitting out blank, that will be Virtus Pro, the Gaming Gladiators, NATUS VINCERE, known as NAVI, and Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya, or IWNRX.
Yeah, so we got some really interesting teams here. I mean, we talked about Team Spirit a little bit before the show, but with Kitsune moving across to that team, kind of taking the lead between some very heavy fraggers like Effect and Nomi. I'm excited to see what they can get done. But obviously, we've got a lot of quite big teams joining us here. You know, FLUX have looked really good as of recently. I think that's a roster that can certainly go very far. We've got Heroic and, like you said, Navi joining the scene. Overall, it's a very good time for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, a lot of moves to be made. I mean, we spoke about it. I think we did a little podcast episode earlier this year talking about how we were thinking it was going to come through, and we thought maybe it'll be a little bit brutal for some of the players, but in the end, we will get a better result over the course of it. So hopefully that's going to start here, or has already started actually, I suppose, with the qualifying tournaments, with the structure that we've seen already. So I'll be interested to see just how that is going to shape on up over the coming days, because we are yet to get underway, but it is right around the corner now, Blank.
Yeah, obviously it's going to go quite quickly, honestly. It seems, 5 days a week here we're playing, so it's going to be a bit of a slog for some of these teams, some of these players, with the amount of matches that they'll have to play in that short time, but they can't let it get out of their hands. They need those bonus points to go in towards finals, and you've got that 4 weeks, a real fiery passion to push forward to get yourself into the PMWC and also come out top here in the first PMSL of EMEA. So it's quite a big tournament for a lot of people. It'd be a nice accolade to take home with yourself. There's a few teams that I'm definitely looking at here, John, to really steal the show, but I'm curious, outside of EU, who would you place as one of your top 3? Outside of
EU, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna back up Regnum Kaya Bra here. I feel like they're gonna have a pretty solid time. I think that they've got a pretty decent roster underneath them. A couple of teammates from previous seasons all coming back together, and I'm hoping that they're going to be able to swing strong for the Turkey region.
Yeah, I think Regnum Kaya Bra is actually a really good pick. They had some strange moments in the past under different players, but Silas joining the team is actually a really big deal. It's strange to see him over here on Regnum Kaya Bra, but there you go. This is how it happens. But Wild, Loxy, Kissu are really good players. I think Kissu's definitely on the come up recently. So a really good player there from Turkey, John. I think if I was to choose one.
Okay. Which one are you going to choose, Blake?
I'd say 3D Max. I mean, Max Baron has definitely been talking them up a lot recently, and I do think they have the chops on them. Obviously they are from Europe, so I'm cheating already.
Yeah, I was going to say, but you've pulled the fast one on me.
You think of Europe, you think of Team Spirit and Gladiators, right? Come on, okay.
You were bigging up FLUX.
I know I was, but just a little bit. But I'm coming back to 3D Max now.
Okay.
Honestly, just because I do, even though sometimes Rob's seems like the funniest guy in game to play with, and then you interview him, and he just seems, quite reserved, and it's not at all how he plays in game, which is just absolutely out there, just tossing flashbangs in as a solo player coming against several teams. Doesn't make sense, but I really do want things to go well for Robs. I think he has been one of the players for the past year who's been propping up the rest of the players on that team. And it's time for Narvalo to get back in the driver's seat, man. All right, he used to be one of the best.
He did. I mean, we haven't really seen as much as we used to see from him. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. I mean, Blank, you said maybe not as entertaining in those interviews as it is in the matches, but the French, they're famous for their mime. It's all about physical performance, and that's what they're going to be looking to put on the cards today with their performance. I think, I don't know if our predictions have gone out. We were asked for our predictions as to some of the teams that we were wanting to go for, and I'll give you a little spoiler if they haven't gone out. Check our socials to see if they have gone out or not. But I had 3D Max in there. I had 3D Max in on my list as we're taking a look at some of the players now over in Poland, in Katowice. Everybody's getting locked and loaded. You can see Digital Athletics there. Their headphones on, having a little bit of fun. Chuckles in the camp look pretty chill about it.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time in a long time, and I'm surprised I haven't bigged it up just yet, but we have the players in studio, right? In Katowice, Poland, all together. Again, we say this every time we come to a LAN environment, that it's a little bit nerve-wracking, but I think that this is a very important moment, an important tournament for a lot of these teams and players to really understand what it's like to be playing on a stage. Because far too many times we at least saw teams coming from EMEA go to PMWC, PMWI back then, and just nerves hitting big time, right? They get a bit of stage fright. So this is a great opportunity to realize what it is like to play under this kind of setting before they head to PMWC, and I guarantee you that World Cup is going to be an absolute corker.
Absolutely. Only 4 of these teams will be moving on to there, though, and they'll have to wait their turn. Everybody now starting to link on up. You saw Brute Force just before as well, getting in their huddle, getting their game plan sorted. Hopefully they've done that beforehand, though. I feel like that's the sort of thing you do before the match. Certainly just more than a couple of minutes before the match anyway. 3D Max onto the screens. They are real focused. Look at that. Lasered onto the phone.
Ready to go here. The boys, we were just talking about them. Oh, Narvalo. Where's Robs? Show me Robs right now. Bring him on the screen.
I don't think they can hear you. We only get 2. We only get 50% of the roster right now. Only
That's
the one thumb sleeve, though.
They're dropping him with 2.
He's only got the one thumb sleeve on. Look at that. He's got the other one on the desk as a backup.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the thumb sleeve, you only really need it on one finger anyway. Bit more friction on the other hand. The old camera turns. Good stuff. Here's a team I actually really did want to talk about. NIGMA Galaxy. Very, very excited to see what these guys can do. Coops, they're on the end. Extremely prominent player within that team. Not to say that Lord hasn't also done fantastically well backing that guy up. I think that he was a really important switch up for them onto that squad because, as we all know from the past, they were a very passive team. Especially on Sandhawks, looking to get very high positions just by healing it out. But I think Coops, John, has added a little bit of that gusto to the squad.
Yeah, he's certainly a powerhouse coming in from the American region, of all places. Who'd have thought? They have some good players. Not me, but certainly proving us wrong on that front there is Coops in the roster. Hey, look, I'm gonna
ripping into America straight away. I see how
I've got to get it. I've got to get at least 3 in a day. It's in the contract.
But anyway, just waiting to get the game started here. You can see most players are headsets on, ready and raring to go. Falcons on our screen. Different roster again here. Navi actually picked up Falcons White, I believe it was, this year. So different roster entirely for that squad. Honestly, some new players in there, some old players. You've got Satan over on that squad at the moment. I think Falcon Esports has a little bit more of a well-rounded team. I do think that when Navi was playing under Falcons White, they were a bit thrust into the limelight, I'd say. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare for that one. But I think that Falcons have now created a pretty strong team that could do fairly well here in EMEA.
Yeah, it's all still, though, to prove. And I feel like this is where teams will really, really start to have that global, that international level of contest. Because I think when you break it down to Europe, Middle East, and Africa separately, there are sometimes a few soft spots that you can see starting to show when you're one of these sort of really, really strong teams, right? You have some players who are maybe a lot less experienced, but you come to a tournament like PMSL. This is where teams are almost entirely going to have international experience playing on LAN, and with a few exceptions, obviously there are some rookies in the mix, but for the most part, it's going to be a really solid brick wall unless you know how to play your way around it.
Yeah, I think that you've hit the nail on the head there, is that a lot of teams are fielding at least one veteran, right? At least one veteran, which is really important coming to a tournament like this, because you need someone to level those heads, to put it that way, because a lot of times you come into this one, you're nervous, you got the lights on you. I know how that can be, a little bit frightening at times, but I mean, that's really important. Really sure that leadership, maybe not even on the shot, but being like, look, it's fine. This happens. I know it happens. It's happened to me in the past. Yeah. But you bounce back from it. At the end of the day, one bad week doesn't mean the end of your tournament.
Absolutely not. I mean, obviously, those bonus points will set you behind, but we've shrunk that lead by half, especially. So even now, more than ever, that is important to have those bounce back moments, and those level heads on solid shoulders are exactly what you need. I think you're right on that front. Looks like teams are getting things sorted out whilst we prepare for match number 1 blank. It looks like we are seeing a few delays, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out fairly soon. They're all very much locked in, though. I mean, especially on 3D Max. They've been laser focused for the last 10 minutes, I think.
There's your boy. The double thumb sleeve. Okay. Ooh. Goodness me, this guy should have been a linebacker. Look at the shoulders on him.
He is
just barreling through the competition.
That is a silhouette. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay. Remind me never to mess with Robs ever again.
There's the man himself, Kitsune. Going to be trying to tear up the competition on Team Spirit with the back of Nomi, Naomi, and Effect. All incredible players in their own right, and all veterans of the scene. Little wink from Kitsune. He's feeling chill. He's feeling calm. The curse of the Gladiators from the previous season blank was always that slow start. Let's see if he can buck that trend, or if he's going to carry that curse over to his new team this season.
Yeah, well, I mean, they couldn't exercise the curse, so Kitsune was just like, well, I'm leaving at the end of the day.
Why are their chairs such different heights? What is going on?
This guy, he's got long legs, all right? He's keeping his knees in a good position. I respect it. The posture's there. It's good. Dear. Well, I think we do have to talk about Team Spirit just a little bit, because that is possibly one of the most important changes coming through inside EU, which is double effect, really, right? For both Team Spirit and Gladiators, where now we get to, sounds bad, we sort of get to pinpoint where the problem was, or if it was just a clash, right? Two mixtures just wouldn't meld at the end of the day, and those mixtures really were Kitsune and Matic, right? I don't think there's any bad blood between the two, but I think this is for the best for both of those players. I think both guys played a very different game, and I would say that Maku Tixi were definitely more akin to Matic's style, which is very much, get in there, get things done, a lot less indecision and more in the moment gameplay, whereas Kitsune really did like to take his time with things, and I think that would have worked if the rest of his team wasn't so hungry a lot of times. But both playstyles can work, it's just there was a disconnect there. And I think on Team Spirit, Nomi, Naomi, and Effect, Nomi and Naomi, I just realized that's quite difficult to say in a row. Both of those, all three of those players very much are calculating, getting towards that end zone. Where do they want to play? And I think Kitsune is going to be a real boon in that regard.
Yeah, and I think that Effect as well being thrown into the mix of it all Team Spirit. I think we've both backed them in the past. Although they have had a few ups and downs as this roster, I feel like it can really start to pull back together here. They didn't manage to win out in the Europe qualifier. They came second. They were beaten out there, so they are not perfect. They even though they do feel like potentially a super team, they've yet to really show the true full potential, I think, of that roster. So we'll be looking out for that.
For sure. I think that, honestly, one of the big regions that I'm still looking at is MEA. I think over the years, it has sort of been a case of MEA's felt just a little bit behind, right? But I think we're getting to a point now where there is some significant players within MEA. I mean, Na'Vi, with a really strong little roster over on that side. I think that Na'Vi, unfortunately, their players are a bit too timid at times and not always ready to pull the trigger. But when you see them actually go for a compound, go for a rotation, typically it is quite good. Again, I think last year there was a ton of pressure on that squad playing over at PMWI, and even then they were still able to make some good rotations, make some good calls. Again, Brute Force, Prepod, Neos, 4DO, Fraser as well, all really, really good players on that side. Prepod's been along for a long time. So I'm excited. It is a really, really good lineup we have for you here at PMSL.
Absolutely. Everybody keeping in good spirits as well, as we've been panning over all of these teams over the last few minutes whilst we get the first match sorted on Sanhok. Everybody seems to be pretty happy. I feel like that LAN vibe is suiting them quite well. A lot of the times when you're playing at that high level at PMWC, previous PMWIs and PMGCs, there's a crowd in there as well, which kind of adds to that tension. But when you're in this sort of scenario, it can sort of feel much more like a boot camp, I think. And hopefully the players can feed off that energy. Looks like a couple of headphones are going in now, which is a good sign. I'm liking it. Loving that as well.
Yeah, I think it's a focusing ground, right, where everyone is, lock it in right now, boys. As opposed to being at home where you're just on comms, maybe over some kind of comms channel. It's not the same experience where you're all together and you've got to perform on the stage because there's no distractions or anything. These guys are in a box right now. They're in the PUBG Mobile box. Okay, they've got to make it work. It is difficult though because I really just want to watch the game. There's currently some issues on the comms, but should be getting sorted very quickly. We've got the beautiful team down there from EFG getting things fixed as soon as possible.
Hopefully so. RCB, the combo team of RC Bra, will be taking to the skies. Our first match looks to be on Sanhok, as it's supposed to be. That's very good. First plane path is in the sky as well. There we go, from Tapmok down to Tambang.
Pretty speedy as well. We had some teams jumping out the plane there, straight over towards Cal, but moving away fairly fast as well. A lot of these teams realizing that getting down to the ground nice and early, maybe try and garner some control over towards Paris Resort. You got 3D Max already dropping over towards that side. Falcons want none of it. Don't know if there is another team, another squad inside Paris Resort. They might have it all to themselves there, which is pretty rare, and already Navallo finds himself a weapon, takes some pot shots over towards Falcons as they swoop on down to the ground in Camp Bravo.
Yeah, looks like could be a bit of argy-bargy to kick things off. Nobody going for the Northwestern Island split. Drop blank. Gladiators aren't here to play, so maybe Kitsune didn't take that one with him. Didn't import that strat. Foot look to have lost a player already, and Kairos is down. Not ideal, not a great start there. So 2 players to activate for Foot. This is over in Hartin. You can see that on the northwest side, right at the top of that Northwest Island. They do not want to get through with less than all of their players. Actually, hang on a minute. No, they have got 4 players alive. It's just one of them has been downed. It looks like will be burnt away from a Molotov from Power.
Power, I'm glad they picked up Al-Haji. This guy really did some work last year. Couldn't quite make it all the way to the finish line in terms of the international tournaments. Decent grenade. Very nicely cooked there as well. But I'm glad Al-Haji's been picked up by that team. It's really good players there. Very much a firecracker start of a fight here. over towards Moneymakers.
Regnum Bra looking to get the better end of this engagement over towards Painan, right in the middle of the map. Looking to try and take that key rotational point, but Moneymakers really down on their luck. It looks like they don't have any meds to play with either. And the nades in through the windows, going to make it all the harder to carry on now. Just one player left standing. In the face of Regnum Bra, it's going to be very difficult to get much further. Loxy takes it upon himself to make this one work. Does have the auto shotty in. Pops a flashbang around the corner. Looks like he's gone full white, has the backup of the team. And that's easy pickings for the DBS.
I mean, already that looks really nice. The coordination there from the squad, the utility, the nade's been sent through as the initial push goes over the top. I think it was kind of done from the start here. But here's Dokkan Machine. We know this guy is an absolute robot when it comes to PUBG Mobile. He knows what needs to be done. He sees the command lines. Tries to command the field, but can't quite do it. Dan does push him off.
Someone snips the lines to the servos there. Goes a little bit haywire. Verdun still going with a Tommy gun in close range. 3 players alive for Power Esports. As things started to even up over towards Hartin. Can they find a little bit more of an opening here? Storm onto easy with a DBS shot through, but Al-Haji, you said he was a good pickup. They're certainly happy with it right now. Able to land the shots, get the knock, keep them in the running. 2 players left for Footballist, but Falconist out wide with a nice DBS pump shot towards Verdun, leaving Al-Haji the last to stand.
Yeah, it's definitely not over. I mean, you've got Dokkan Machine as well as Falconist, 2 really good players on that squad. I mean, Dokkan Machine, you just cannot underestimate this guy. Awesome flank at the start of this one. Sort of brought Footballist back from the brink. Got a good shot from Al-Haji around the side. Looks to finish it off. Door saves his life.
Pops the flush in through the window as well with the DBS. Just picking up those points. A jump shot over the wall, and Al-Haji sends their nuts spinning. Goodness me. What a way to swing out at the start. Power claim it on the north with 3.
That was such a disgusting move from Al-Haji. At the top of the wall, pixel perfect on the headshot too. Really, really nicely done. Kali from BEŞİKTAŞ and Onyx Ravens. A lot of these power plays happening at the moment, John, which is super important at the start of the game, especially for Sandhawk. You play it once a day. You want to claim zones and claim them quickly. There's 3D Max taking down Kitsune. Effect does get a bit of a backlash onto him with Narvalo hitting the deck, but I think the damage is already done.
Yeah, Team Spirit down to 2 players there. That is not ideal. They've lost far too much for their liking over in their position near the northwest bridge. Of course, the circle shifted all the way up there. We didn't really talk too much about it with all the firecrackers of settlement starts here, but the north shift makes that bridge a vital rotational point. So trying to take control early, Team Spirit get cut out.
And I mean, for 3D Max is a pretty typical rotation for them. Try and take control of this area. A little bit quicker than usual. I like to see it. Team Spirit had a lot of control of boot camp, and I think there was opportunity there to hold out teams, perhaps. No, but instead, they just try and push a little bit further before anyone can sneak their way in. 3D Max makes a really heads-up call in that situation.
Hello. Trying to hold the door, but it's not going to be good enough there. Unloading the DBS. Trying to keep the... I'll give him credit. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there and assume that was just to reduce the amount in his backpack, but certainly putting some pellets into the ground on that one. Losing a player, they'll have to move north fast.
Wall goes down to the zone. Interesting. Down towards the south side. I mean, this is pretty typical NIGMA Galaxy behavior. Just sit down towards Sandhawk for a long, long while, but no. I think maybe they've forgotten the bite of the blue.
God, well, I was going to say the good old days where you could just out-heal the blue, but that wasn't the good old days, Blank. That was the bad old days. We didn't like those.
Back in bad day. Yeah, not a good time. Good shots from Kelsey. Player that's been all the way to the top of the mountain when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports. And Kelsey certainly... One to doubt or just roll on pass. So hopefully Heroic learning their lesson here.
You would hope so. It moved around that Paradise Resort area. And Falcons wanting to move in a sort of similar vein there. You can see they are starting to push into the south side of Paradise Resort. That traffic jam around that bridge at the top, which we said, control of that, very, very important. We'll see who's able to maintain that, because the next shift is going to come through. It's going to tell us which side most likely we're going to end up on, and it is on the east, but it's still very, very heavily lilted to the north.
Yeah, I think this is one of those interesting circles where, you know, if you are playing as power here, you're hoping for that west shift, doesn't quite come through. So sadly, they will have to make the crossing in the water, but most teams are a little bit more preoccupied with getting themselves some position within the zone, which is one of those situations where you've got a lot of compounds, a lot of playable area over towards that eastern side, so there's chance if power waits this one out just a little bit, as well as Digital Athletics, that they could get across the bridge late. Obviously, that won't give them the best chance towards that late game, but will at least give them a little bit more time to work with.
A lot of movement happening, a little bit of a crossing paths for S2G and Team Falcons, but looks like neither one of them want to stick around on it for too long. S2G folding back towards their encampment, towards their buildings, try and play on that hard cover. Falcons going to be allowed to move further in under heavy contest, but still will be able to do it unscathed.
Circle closing very shortly now, so some of these teams out towards the edge, looking at Twisted Minds, well as Regan Kaya, Bra. They're down towards that south side, and Bootcamp still have to move their way up. 3D Max has a fairly strong control up towards the center of the circle here, but teams are getting ever closer, and Team Spirit tries to sweep their way up towards that north edge. Power do get easy across nice and early, and that's really, really good news for them. A player in those western buildings up towards that north coast, the rest of the team can wait this circle out a little bit longer before regrouping on top of him. Luckily for them as well, Team Spirit, who is controlling that south side coast, isn't really too much of a threat right now. They're down to 2 players and won't be seeking any fights anytime soon.
BEŞİKTAŞ with the late rotation up the east side, playing the tuk-tuk. Trying to get everyone in. There's only 3 of them alive, losing Poser earlier. Twisted Minds, their nearest neighbor, a little bit further northeast there, behind Paradise Resort, and Heroic, who lay in wait there. Onto feet they go, so they don't want to be making any noise. They want to play it slow. They want to try and get towards the late game after a pretty firefighty early start there. Look at that, 4 eliminations already found on the team, and they spotted Heroic.
I think for BEŞİKTAŞ, really, the biggest issue right now is the fact that over towards that eastern side, they've got Twisted Minds and FLUX both barreling their way through. Everyone making a very similar rotate, hoping to cut in towards KAOS side, potentially take one of these eastern buildings across from Tatmok. Certainly possible. BEŞİKTAŞ though twiddling their thumbs a little bit too much out in the zone, bringing the tuk-tuk along. And I think that thing is so damaged anyways. I'm not even sure it's worth taking it with you.
It'll be all right. It's 3 wheels and a dream. They are getting quite close. Heroic did spot them, which means that they could keep that vehicle with them because everybody knew that there was a team there anyway. Twisted Mind's going to try and skirt north. You've got FLUX actually further out east than this, which might prove to be problematic for Twisted Minds if they make that move. But NIGMA Galaxy also looking to try and play in late. Goodness me, that eastern side is a short fuse set to light, especially with this circle shift blank. That is right on top of the duo from Team Spirit.
You've got basically all these teams over towards the eastern side trying to take the path of least resistance as much as possible, only for the circle to shift further towards that western side. This is a really grim position to have to insert yourselves into, especially with Tatmok, Falcons, your S2G there as well. Really defensible position. 3D Max holding a very strong compound over towards that crossroads. So between all these players, should be fairly easy to hold out these teams coming in from the eastern side. That is if it was only 1 or 2. But there are so many teams coming through from the eastern side that it could prove to be a problem with just the onslaught of bodies, essentially, being thrown over towards these teams actually inside the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be real tricky maneuvering right now over on the east side. It's going to test their mettle certainly in the first match of the day on Sandhawk. S2G going to be trying to back off Twisted Minds and seemingly doing so fairly effectively, certainly repositioning them, readjusting their rotational route, but brute force on the northern side not going to be able to stop them just yet. There's the first knock from Neos in a second to follow it up, a spray transition, and in goes the backup as well. Freezer moves around the side. Now Twisted Minds have to play with 2 players down, a nade on in, and they are starting to cook it. That's a third down for Twisted Minds, and everybody else is just going to move on in. Just the one player now for Twisted Minds. The DBS on the inside. At this range, it might do some damage, but I don't see it going much further than that.
Just dummy now, left remaining. Pretty aggressive push here from brute force, honestly. The longer this takes, the more difficult it gets, but finally they take control of the compound. They lose 2 players in the process with Freezer as well as YDO. Just on the outside, will move their way into the compound eventually.
S2G giving them trouble.
Yeah, I'm surprised Twisted Mind got so far in, but it is power coming through, and Al Hadji's wasting not a single moment as the Molotovs start throwing themselves onto that wooden ground.
That is going to buff the spread there. A cooked nade out through the window. Or just the smoke to try and cover it off. There's the cooked nade. Looking for the knock, and Al Hadji has a little bit more to say, but he's put to bed in turn as the DBS shuts him up. 1 player now left standing, though, and the rest of power just around the corner. 2 players with nades in hand. In goes the first. Trying to burst towards the back, but avoided for the first shot. Fidan has another, though. He's cooking it. Pretty short fuse on that one, but the reses are starting to look to be enacted here, keeping him suppressed behind the building. A lot of teams now moving into this location, but they're being drawn into what looks like the jaws of a trap. It's not going well for anyone. An instant re-knock from Fidan.
Guys, really holding the line down here. For power, this could have been a really big moment for them, but they were just hesitant to move on. Al Hadji's confident push towards this building, even in his dying moments, got 2 knocks before he went down. Fidan looking for these final knocks.
Oh, no.
It's the vehicle that explodes in his face. Oh, dear me. Put him in the boot and call it a day.
That is really, really rough. FLUX being lit up on the hillsides. These teams on the eastern side really starting to dwindle now. No one really making it through unscathed. Heroic trying to leave Paradise Resort, but they had a lot of teams around them, and that route was made all the harder for it. FLUX down to 2 on this eastern side. Falcons as well. They're playing on as 4, and they have that eastern side. So one of the few teams that might be able to make something of it in that position. Over on the north side, NIGMA Galaxy and S2G clashing at the same time. So a real rough time for these eastern side teams still.
It's almost a godly grenade there from Lux. Flashbang and a molly note, so no more frags available. Just trying to hold them back for as long as possible here, but it is wild coming through from RC Brat. Now Solkate, last remaining, just has to move up as fast as possible through the field. Surprisingly, able to hit that shot. Will deny any more points there, but for 6 eliminations, it's not a terrible game here for FLUX, considering the journey they took alongside so many teams. I'd call that a win in my books. For Falcons, though, I'm liking this play. You know, taking their time with it. Finish off Freezer in the process. Very much a patient squad, and they're one of the few teams that I've seen that are able to get themselves stuck into fairly open location, yet hold down all of those lines of sight really well. Satan over the top here.
Excellent shots to suppress the line. Falcons got to this hillside, this ridged hill that curves around in this area. Really, really strong to play on, to hold down. And they had that outpost there first, but 3D Max want to challenge now. They've started to stretch their line north at the same time as NIGMA Galaxy are pushing in from the north onto that position that Falcons want to try and claim. So it is a battle for this northeastern side. Meanwhile, Team Spirit just hunkering down, trying to survive, keeping their heads low.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Kitsune play, minus the Kitsune. He's on the squad, therefore survival is guaranteed here on Sandhawk. For at least some time. They realize that they got a couple of eliminations early. They're in a really strong spot in the circle. May as well just let the other teams crash upon the rocks and see what they can get done in terms of placement points. I like this move from 3D Max. It was essential that they went for it. They couldn't just sit in that compound forever. Now Valo goes for the 360 frag grenade. I don't think that was necessary.
Cheeky. Has to hit the deck on basically 1 HP there with the blue zone quite close to him. He's got to be very worried. Wants to enact those heals as fast as possible. They're playing on as 3. Regnum Kaya Bra, they have oversight on a lot of these routes out for this next move from the northeast side. But you've got to worry as well from Digital Athletics, who are split across the river still. Satan goes 1 for 1. A nice trade coming through from Team Spirit on a long-range shot there onto Robs. Narvalo now, the last to stand. Loxy trying to control from the south side. So it's Team Spirit, Digital Athletics, and RC Bra, in my mind, who are looking good for this game.
Indeed, there's definitely a chance here. I think for Digital Athletics, time down towards that southwest side, all over the group as well. Really tough circle to work with, honestly, with it pushing so far towards its western edge. Team Spirit have got very lucky with it. 3D Max, something that's born out of a really strong play coming through from NIGMA Galaxy despite their numbers. I mean, you assume there's going to be a team in that compound towards the south side, so they desperately did what they could to force Falcons down towards the south edge. And from there, 3D Max had to respond, and in those moments they took the time to move out towards the western side. Sadly, died upon the bridge just moments ago, getting through quite a lot. Now we're down to 3 teams, and Team Spirit, with just Nomi in effect, the wonder duo, still going strong here.
They're making it work. I mean, they have been gifted a little bit by the circle. Digital Athletics likely going to want to look to regroup now, but playing up on that other side of the bridge gives a lot of sideswipe angles from that Regnum Kaya Bra position, and even from Team Spirit as well. Very, very difficult to hold that, so they are a bit reticent to go across. Unfortunately, though, Nomi still on the ball, and another soon to fall as well leaves things a little bit up in the air. Regnum Kaya Bra taking shots on an off angle, and Team Spirit might just be able to sneak into this one.
Yeah, it's an awesome shot coming through from Nomi. He's definitely been one of the rising players for a long, long time, and now firmly sat at the top as one of the best fraggers, if not the best fragger, coming through from Europe. Scarface from Digital Athletics underneath the bridge now, and the circle moves away from him, so they will have to cross. Yetka did get across in the process, though. Made that long swim early on, but Nomi reticent to leave these 2 players alive.
He knows exactly where they are. They've got a long swim ahead of them, and I don't think they're going to be able to make it unscathed. There would be a minor miracle to make that one work. Yekta up into these foothills there, and Nomi goes down. An opening now for Digital Athletics to get across. Effect moves instantly. Playing as 2, they need everything they can get. He might take a look out the windows, try and watch for those swimmers, but that is going to give Digital Athletics the chance that they were looking for, with Yekta being that anchor on the far side. Silas is feeding information up towards the rest of Regnum Kaya Bra, sure, but that might give them a chance.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, yes, they've been a little bit lucky on the circle, but it definitely takes a bit of proactivity, right, and good gun skill to be able to hold down this compound they've been in for such a long time, and doing that well. Very, very difficult. In comes the push from RC Bra. They get down. Team Spirit might have angles on this one, as Effect takes a very aggressive approach to this. Now RC Bra getting closer and closer. Nice backstop from Wild.
They know that the water dwellers are not going to be a threat from this side, which is why Team Spirit can take this forward position with Effect to try and suppress these drop downs, but it hasn't gone quite to plan there. He's had to move back just a little bit. Loxy's now up and close. He knows that he has to give that ground. Nice discipline from Effect to pull back. Not only that, but they don't have to move that far forwards because the circle has shifted up towards them. This is going to force a lot of the tempo of this next circle.
Yeah, it's really, really nice play here from Team Spirit, constantly adjusting to the circle itself. But I got to give credit to RC Bra, honestly. They have been through the ringer to get to this point in the game, sending some decent nades out. But it's just one mistake and it's all over for Team Spirit. You can't really win this one off the back of just that one player. So there's a lot of trust being put in Nomi at the moment from Effect to make sure that his back is covered here as he holds down the front line. There can't be too many grenades left here on RC Bra, and I think Effect understands that from the journey they've had to make. The circle pushes them further over the road, and Loxy is attempting to make that cross. If he can, provide that anchor, provide that foothold, that could be everything that RC Bra needs here.
Effect really the commander of this next set of movements now, but under threat. a nade would do it, but he's peeking out. He's really forcing them against the wall. Nomi needs to have an impact here. The shots across the top are going to be where he can come out really strong, but he's moving as well. He's trying to go across open ground. Can they find anything? Loxy goes down first. Team Spirit looking to try and take control. There's a nade in hand being cooked now. If he finds an ankle, if he finds a knock, this could change everything. Perfect cook, but it's not going to find the knock onto effect, and there's an answer. Nomi with a beautiful nade back, and he's all the way up into the bridge. Needs to be worried now about Digital Athletics as well. Maybe popping their head out of the depths, but only one player from Regnum Kaya Bra left to worry about. Nomi has the DBS. He's looking for the drop down, looking for the spray. Doesn't take damage, steps into the water, and the gun's put away. There's the backstab. Scarface nearly able to find it, but effect. And Team Spirit with the duo of dreams this time around, able to take the first chicken dinner.
That's a real statement. Also, that's probably the first Sandhawk Kitsune's won in a long time. Really, really well done to Team Spirit. Got to be proud of these two players. And Effect as well as Nomi from the backlines there. Wonderful communication, wonderfully working together there. That teamwork is exactly what you need on day one to make this happen. Like I said, a couple of lucky circles coming through for the boys from Team Spirit. However, at the end of the day, I think they held down that compound really admirably with just the two players they had. They got sort of lucky with basically everyone having that same bug brain mentality of just heading all the way up towards that eastern side and trying to cut in, and then just having the masses try and migrate from that eastern side. But yeah, very, very good game from them. Slightly disappointed in 3D Max though, John.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult for them. They had a lot of contests on that eastern side with teams starting to push in, and it made that hill transition really, really tough. Nomi with most eliminations on Team Spirit and most damage, most nades as well. I mean, why not just throw them all in the mix there? But NIGMA Galaxy getting some accolades for longest elimination there. They had a way to go. And I feel like every time we watch Sandhawk, it's going to be a NIGMA Galaxy player getting top Traveler.
Yeah, and I think that if you take this one step further, right, for NIGMA Galaxy, it just shows that the rest of that team have sort of taken on board what the boys on that squad have been doing. But let's take a quick look at the match rankings. 19 points for Team Spirit, coming out of a game which I don't rightly think that they deserve to get 9 elimination points, but man, they put on a show to make it happen. Just 2 players at the end there. Team Falcons also with 7 elims, less placement points, but that will sit them happy at second place.
Absolutely. Team Falcons with a good turn up. Actually, the whole of this front page going to be very, very happy with their performance. Some early dips there. You can see the 1 placement point for Brute Force and FLUX, but both managed to get 6 elims. Basically from heroic down. That's where they're going to start to get disappointed about this match. Those 2-1-0 point games, they are not going to sit pretty for these 5 days of gameplay. Of course, each team only playing 4 of those days, so not a great way to start things off, but there's plenty more still to come. You've got a lot of Erangel coming up soon.
Yeah, a lot of Erangel coming our way. So we've got 3 Erangels back to back here, or more or less in the typical spy pose, just 3 of them all back to back, keeping things very happy for us going forward. Obviously, very excited to see what comes next here, and Team Spirit's already made a big statement, but it's not just EU is performing well, it's all our other regions as well. But let's head to a quick break, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. We are going to be getting into match number 2 and the first of our triple bill of Erangel very, very shortly. We've just had Team Spirit snatch away a win on the first match in quite convincing fashion from the duo from that team, just doing really, really great stuff. John Allen, my name, Blank, with me, as always. We are going to be taking you through these next couple of weeks.
I mean, for Team Spirit, quite handedly taking that one. You know, just with 2 players as well. Yeah, they got the circle coming their way, but again, being 2 players for such an extended amount of time and then being able to clutch out at the end there. 1 grenade elimination coming through from Nomi, and it was the clutch grenade that was required from him to make that opening happen. And see, they're pretty happy about that. And to be honest with you, it is one of those incredibly positive moments for a team where you go down to half your squad and you're still able to come away with a chicken dinner. Brings up morale a lot. And I'd hope the Team Spirit, this bodes very, very well with a new addition to the team with Kitsune. Obviously, it wasn't participating in there. I mean, it's a little bit too much of an ask for me to request that Kitsune is able to be alive when he wins a Sandhawk, but this is fine. I imagine that his knowledge and his prowess of the game was very helpful in terms of some of that shot calling that came through. You can see a lot of the players on this team currently are deferring to him, so we know where the roles lie.
You can see a little bit. The thing that I will say to sort of balance out the Kitsune hype that we kind of been giving him is that they did lose 2 players early on, and I know you sort of were harping on them a little bit there for losing that player, but I just want to emphasize that they lost players on rotations. The reason that they won that match was, well, 1, because of the circle, and 2, because of just sheer firepower and like duo firefight prowess, right? Like it was just really, really strong individual and duo play that won them that match, rather than that sort of mastermind ideology that we've seen from Kitsune in the past. So I really want to see that start to come back in to see if they can get more than just circle favor wins.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, I feel like they made a good call at the start of that game of where they wanted to go. I think 3D Max was just very much on the ball of how they wanted to play that one out. They wanted to cut players off on that south side, on the coast, stop them from coming in early on. I mean, it's a bold decision to make that much of a push on the eventuality that is a speedy rotate coming through from boot camp. So I really did like that move coming through from 3D Max, but they got a little bit overzealous. I think when you start hearing all the shots ringing out across that eastern side, pushing up onto the hill after hearing that you could potentially get a third party was maybe a little bit misinformed, because again, third party is not as far as it goes, right? You can have fourth, fifth parties coming in there, and that's certainly what we experienced with the guys from NIGMA Galaxy retreating off and taking an angle across the paddy fields. I like that a lot from them. So quick decision making all around from quite a few of these teams. I think right now it's still just a case of figuring out each other's rotations. You saw that one there. Everyone wanted to go for that eastern rotate, and so you just had a huge cluster of players. But I think as this tournament goes on, you'll see more and more teams being able to kind of find their way through the gaps.
Hopefully getting a little bit more disciplined with those early games. The fewer hardcore initiations, a little bit of an inspection of the equipment, making sure it's all up to scratch. Of course it is. Those INFINIX phones looking pretty swish in all the hands of these players. Going to be gaming at the top level there. Certainly Team Spirit were able to pull that one out of the bag. Erangel blank though. I feel like rotations, that's what we were talking about just then on Sandhawk. I feel like it's going to be a little bit more disparate on this map than it would have been on Sandhawk. It was a little bit more crunched up, and obviously with a hard shift that you kind of don't see as frequently on Sandhawk. A lot of teams might have been a little bit caught unawares by the start of this tournament. But Erangel going to be up for 3 in a row now.
And if there's anywhere to unleash the beast with Monster Energy, it's going to be over on Erangel. Kindly sponsoring us here on the PMSL EMEA. Obviously, pretty standard map, as you said. These players will want to get a decent scoring here over the board. I mean, we're taking a quick look at where people are lying on the leaderboards. I think after that game, obviously Team Spirit doing really, really well. I think Digital Athletics were able to get a few points for themselves. Some good shots coming through from them. It was actually Falcons taking that second place, surprisingly, just with the amount of eliminations they were able to pull through. It's good. Happy to see it.
Should be nice to kick things off. Everybody is in the lobby by the looks of things, and we are just waiting for that plane to take off for the first time over the grassy pastures once more for the PMSL. Twisted Minds are getting ready for this one. That east side was their bane in that previous map. A lot of teams felled by that. So hopefully looking to put the better foot forwards now. Scrape together a little bit more in the first of our Erangels. That trophy. Everybody thinking about lifting it in 5 weeks' time. But they've got to get there first. How do you do that? You qualify. How do you do that? You play some video games, blank. That's what we're going to be doing right now. It's Erangel on the cards.
Straight into the map here. We've got a eastern playing path down towards that southwest side. Pretty much leaning over towards the east as well. So a lot of these positions over towards our east side of the map will be taken up. Lipovka, Milta, you got Pachinki and School as well. Curious to see who's going to be taking up Rozok with this one. 3D Max, very obvious they want to be taking out Yasnaya. They hold this position a lot of times throughout the tournaments of the past. Let's see if anyone wants to share it with them. Certainly possible, certainly doable, and I think a lot of times 3D Max has played this position. They are very happy to share.
Looks like Falcons may be trying to play close, but I think they are going to, split drop for some vehicles and go further out west, potentially up to Severny, maybe even to North George as well. Rotate all the way around there. Looks fairly open on that northern side. Regnum Karyabrat playing around that Rozhok area for now. It looks like they are going to try and grab a couple of those vehicles out whilst they can. But there is some scraps already taking place. I feel like that's got to be happening fairly early on the drop, but it's Team Spirit locking horns and losing too early on again. Naomi giving them what for, though, in response. BEŞİKTAŞ going toe-to-toe now with Team Spirit, the previous match winners, and 2 of them down from both teams already. Early scrappy drops here, but the DBS doubly being wielded now by Team Spirit, and they're going to move straight on through this. It might just be hot knife through butter time.
Yeah, Tospic going down is unideal in this situation. Affecting Naomi with the double DBS. I mean, to be honest with you, that's sort of unfair. Poor lads have got themselves pistol, double barrel shotgun. Naomi, some fancy footwork. Try and get into a better position. I like this a lot. Tospic very low, just off the ground. The pre-shots going through from Naomi.
Unlikely that they've got many meds. Those pistol shots through the window, they are going to tickle, but it might not be laughing for Naomi as he takes a nade as well. Low HP, but Kakali able to see one off, and now Naomi's low. The pistol might be all it's going to take, but the DBS is still there, pushes on in. The door frame does not keep him safe. We'll be able to put them down on BEŞİKTAŞ fall, but it's Naomi and Effect, a different duo this time around.
Yeah, but very similarly sounding. Naomi?
Are they the same guy? Have you ever seen them in the same room together? I don't know.
Are they he's multi-boxing on his phones? This is unacceptable behavior.
No. The referees have sorted that right out.
You can see there's 4 players there, but one's just a stand-in. Naomi's playing with 2 hands.
He's a cardboard cutout. He's got his toes on the other screen. I could see him.
That's gross. That's disgusting. Stop it.
That is pretty
Get
disgusting.
your feet off the table. Unacceptable behavior.
Feet off the table.
3D Max coming against S2G here. So there was a bit of a share happening over in Yasnaya, but looks like both teams wanted to take this a little bit more aggressively. This is one of the unfortunate situations where I don't like seeing 3D Max in this position. And it's a tough one as well, because Yasnaya, I think we've pointed out many times in the past, very doable to just share this position. I'm imagining that blood is hot right now. You know, first day of the tournament, you want to set a standard, you want to set a pace. But again, it's a lose-lose scenario. Just hold on the north and south side, cross the road, then both move on. Everybody's happy. You're losing valuable looting time in some of the best loot spots in the map. You know, the whole reason you can share Yasnaya is because there is so much loot here. Yeah, right now we've got submachine guns, Bison, micro Uzi. I just don't think this is worth it.
Yeah, some pump action shotguns in there as well. And this is the thing as well. 3D Max have been dropping here for years under various different banners. It was SPG and then Game Lord before that. They know this place like back to front, and it's kind of obvious that they are going to go here. There's no reason for them not to. But S2G, they just want to try and take this one from them. Play a little bit crueler, bobbling the smoke out the window, giving Rob somewhere to drop down to. Should he have to take an engagement? Maybe keeping some cover there. Oh, beg your pardon, some cover there. They're not going to be useful just yet.
Yeah, again, just wasting a lot of time. I mean, the close corridors like this and the submachine guns in hand, because it's all you can really get your hands on at the start. It's likely you're going to lose 1 or 2 members on either side. It's very unlikely that this is a full team sweep. If it happens, great. You carve yourself out a really nice position on this north side. But I do think this is a little bit overzealous from whoever started this engagement, because we don't know. We don't know. And it looks like it is 3D Max who's been pushed into the corner here. So I imagine that these guys were just trying to get some loot on board. In the meantime, we have our circle, heads over towards our eastern side. You got footballists over towards that central region. Over towards the west side of the Rocky Crags on Prison. Twisted Minds also in Lipovka, so pretty reasonable rotational path for them later on.
They don't want to take too long about it, though, in Lipovka, because if teams start to move in from that north side, from that south side, and there's quite a few teams that are going to be potentially looking to try and wrap around to that side of the circle, you can kind of get cut off. So Twisted Minds, yeah, it looks like they are starting to break ground now and try and get that forward outpost towards Prison, towards that sort of mansion open area of the map. So we'll see if they're able to claim that one. A little bit of a replay on the original drop engagement. There's a knife fight on the roof there. Was that, how many of those were knife eliminations? Goodness me. Just goes to show. Fighting with knives, very, very dangerous stuff.
Yeah, Tospic, a bit of a clutch player. Halsey does go down. Hamzy G also. More damage pouring through. Robs again. Shotgun massive.
Oh, this is the guy who broke the DBS into the region. Looks like he might be doing the same with the pump action. Certainly going to break it on the skulls of S2G right now. CEO later, last to stand and running for the hills. The question is, do they have enough time to get the loot that they want back on board? Now, Valo should be an easy res for Victor. Looks like Robs is still on the hunt.
No, he's not giving up whatsoever. Heading over towards CEO later, who is just absolutely pegging it. I said it would be unlikely for a full team sweep, but very nice setup coming through from 3D Max. Again, you sort of do have that little bit of dynamite in the back pocket with Robs there being unequivocally probably one of the best players on the shotty in the world, I would say. Honestly.
Certainly up there. NIGMA Galaxy, Digital Athletics, crossing path, Scarface. Pulled out of the vehicle as Ralph just immediately taps him in the skull for a 1-2. Got a little bit too close to the fire there. NIGMA Galaxy pick up the point. Can there be an answer? Maybe not, because this is really, really difficult stuff now for Nico to try and stay alive as the Sharks move around and the jaws clamp down. NIGMA Galaxy shut out for a second point.
It's like testing an already proven theory, right? You know, does 2 + 2 = 4? Does driving directly into Ralph mean that he'll shoot me out the vehicle? And the answer is always yes. I don't really know what the thought process there was. So for Ralph, that was pretty easy pickings.
Should be. There's that hard shift down to the southeast flank on the circle, over towards the Milta Power Peninsula. Yekta with his lines out there. Trying to find Solus there from FLUX, but not quite connecting. See, that's the difference. What Solus did differently was not driving directly at the person shooting at him.
Yeah, and at speed, you know.
It's a good strat.
It was a weird one. It was a weird one, that's for sure. That's for sure. Team Spirit do move down towards that southeast side. Twisted Minds along with them. One of the first 2 teams to actually get directly over towards that coast in Milta Power. Brute Force just a little bit behind them here. I'm kind of hoping this is going to be a big game for FLUX. We're already losing Soulcase. It's a little bit unfortunate. I do think that they've got some incredible players on this team. You know, Lux, Solus, Ketch, Soulcase. All myths in their own right. So it's a little bit sad to see. I'm already losing Soulcase right off the bat here. I mean, that guy is sort of the stalwart figure on the side. Lives a lot in his games. Guy you can rely on, so him going down early is always pretty bad news for the squad.
RC Brat marauding now towards the middle of the circle, playing up towards that sloping hillside that goes down from that lumberyard area. Trying to find themselves some cover. Power shots over towards NIGMA Galaxy, who were able to pick up 2 points earlier on from Digital Athletics. They're not going to be able to win out that fight straight up. Power just going to allow themselves into Milta. Do have to potentially be worried about their backlines, though. So they've got a little bit of bother from the Onyx Ravens. Potentially trying to make their way in as well. However, that will also be suppressed by NIGMA Galaxy. This will be a difficult move for the Onyx Ravens to be able to make.
It's always a curious circle, this one. With the way that you do have that spread, sort of the dead forest over towards the center, cutting down from that northeast side down towards the southwest. You want to be able to get yourself in that position so you have the opportunity to either move up northwest if the circle goes that way or have access to some of these really important compounds. But again, it's difficult. You really have to take your time and pick your moment very well, because a lot of these compounds that do have strong positions, strong holding points on this circle, also very open to third parties when you go for that crash. So it has to be pretty instantaneous if you want to make it happen. Other than that, you're sort of sludging your way on over. got the waders out, moving to the swamp. And again, this circle doesn't really make decisions any easier right now. It does sort of move away from those compounds on that south side. But I still say you could pretty comfortably sit here for a little while longer. Twisted Minds testing the waters, though, on that northeast edge.
Trying to make their way across, trying to manage their rotation down south from that Lipovka drop. Footballist may be looking to meet them, but Footballist KAOS also with their vehicles in action, trying to find themselves a foothold. That hillside to the west of them, you can see it now just on the right-hand side of your screen, from Twisted Minds, from Footballist KAOS as well, is really, really difficult to look to move on up. It's difficult to hold as well with so many teams playing around it, so it's kind of just a bloodbath when things start to kick off in that area, which fortunately for now doesn't seem to be the case because of the circle and the way that it's fallen, but it looks like it might be centering up to go for some really, really brutal action on the east side of the hill.
Yeah, I think for KAOS, they got themselves a really nice spot early on, and they held both of the compounds there as well. They did finally give it up. They allowed Twisted Minds to get in on that northern side. I don't think they're too bothered about that. They can hold this one down. They still own a lot of real estate, as well as some good sightlines from that building. I think Heroic is sort of the big question on the map right now.
Ooh, a flashbang, and Robs is completely blind. Is he going to be able to hold down the door frame? Seemingly. He's pushing out on the replay. Goodness me, that is crazy that he was able to hold that angle. What a way to keep them in the game there. That is really unfortunate to see that turn of events. I didn't realize he was fully blind holding that angle.
I mean, he senses. He senses the opponent, and the slugs, they just curve corners towards his enemies.
Looking like James
Koa
McAvoy.
Here.
Goodness me.
Yeah, Koa, ooh, actually a nice jump out of the vehicle. Gets one, and Robs is left to scar for it. Vehicle smoking too.
Curving bullets, curving the car as well, trying to get to the cover of the shelter. But there's not going to be much there. Narvalo down, they'll want to find this res as soon as possible under the purview of the Moneymakers, but they have to move as well. A sweep now being enacted by the Moneymakers. They're playing one player out wide. Icy wants to try and get some shots here, get some value, but it's not really turning up too much. It's allowed his teammates in, though, and SnowX will fall down. Can Robs answer? Does manage to find one. Here's the backup, but still suppression being sent out wide. A first aid, he has two in the back pockets. That'll leave him down at one. In zone 3, shouldn't be too much of an issue, but SnowX is going to get flushed away here.
Yeah, I think SnowX took a pretty bold position on the map. And I think for Robs, it's really only a matter of time here. Good drawback as well to avoid that initial nade. And everyone's getting cooked off in the distance from Koa. Yeah, for Robs, it's pretty much over here. Did his best. And once again, his best was not enough. Too many times this happens to the poor lad.
Still giving it his all. 4 eliminations so far. The guy is certainly powerful for 3D Max. 600 damage already, just as we say that. God, those shoulders, that jawline. What a player. Excellent stuff.
I mean, it's what you need to carry the team.
Absolutely. Right now, those shoulders are flexing hard.
No, it's a difficult push for him, for 3D Max. They've been really delayed on that northern side as well. Did get a refresh from his teammate's body there. But it looks like the Moneymakers are not willing to let him get away with this one. Does have a buggy, though. Try and swing it out wide, but directly towards Digital Athletics. Gets into the circle itself. The shot's coming towards him from Koa. He's just been on his back this entire time.
The Moneymaker's making it hard for Robs to get through, but he's managed to slip the noose for now. The Hangman will chase, however, and we'll see if he's able to last too much longer. Team Falcons, in the meantime, trying to find their slice on the northern side. But Heroic denying them access on that northern edge. Yekta last to fall, I believe, for Digital Athletics, putting them out in 14th. Nothing really turning up for them this match, except for a little loot drop for Team Falcons.
You know what? Falcons haven't been doing terribly here. I think they've been slowly making their way into these zones. And I think they understand that some of these fights they can't really pick with other teams, but that's a very good mentality to have early on in the tournament. Is knowing your limits and knowing your strengths. I think they seem very resilient in terms of keeping their members up for a long, long time. And honestly, if you're able to do that, get a couple of eliminations, get some pot shots coming through here and there. And I mean, for DeMar, this is dangerous territory to be in.
Really?
I mean, taking a shot like that, John.
This is bold
so
roof
nice.
holding from Hassan on Heroic as well. He's completely broadside to teams with multiple angles up towards it. Can't really back up because there's teams across the other side of that opening as well. So need to be careful. Hassan does get away with it, but his teammate not so lucky. Looks like Twisted Minds still going. 2 eliminations on the north side. A swift retreat though. Slam it in reverse. Trying to get around. Falcons sending across these hillsides. Really struggling now.
Yeah, I think DeMar there really causes a huge amount of problems for Falcons. I mean, those are one of those shots where, yeah, he might have seen you, but getting the vehicle, reline it to the rest of the team, and then just move out. Ragnarok tries to move down to finish off the remaining members of Falcons. However, Twisted Minds are also here, so they're fighting a lot more battles than potentially they thought they were. Yeah, DeMar just creates too much noise in that moment. I think it's one of those things where you see someone and reflexively you take the shot. I just don't think it was necessary there for Falcons. They were slowly gathering information, and DeMar kind of pulls the trigger on the firing pin. The rest of the team has to react.
Oh, a perfectly placed nade. And Never Alone goes down to a knock. Smoke blooming for Dami. Trying to suppress this pressure from Heroic. Hassan now backed up by his teammates. Dami looking to move around. The rest of the team for Twisted Minds wanting to create cover for the res. For Never Alone. But on the northeast side of this circle, it's going to pull them far away. Another nade looks pretty good on target. A lot of damage could be felt here for Twisted Minds, but seems like they've managed to fade it.
Yeah, managing to hold on to that life. Great jump back there. In fact, Lord also in the elimination feed, so there's a lot going on right now for a lot of these teams. Twisted Minds somehow pulled themselves out from the ditches down there. That has been a difficult scenario. Patched themselves back together with a bit of glue.
Just a dab. See if they can pop that on. Dami still just going straight on up.
Why?
Loses his cover. I'm not too sure about the value of that trade, but Heroic has now been breached as they get pushed up towards the top of the hill. And this is the exposed angle I was talking about with Hassan on that rooftop trying to play the angle. Moneymakers causing problems all the time here, but Mon now up into the wall with a chance to shut down Heroic completely. DBS in hand, the blue zone at his back. Will force him out of the room, steps out wide, and that's going to be it. Volt goes down last. Heroic go down with him. And really nice stuff coming through from Twisted Minds, but they lose 2 of their players to Moneymakers and their aggression on the sidelines.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think, honestly, the team that's benefited the most out of this engagement has to be Moneymakers. It's a fairly heads-up move from the team, and I think spearheaded by Koa on that side, to move over towards an angle where they can just get some pot shots over towards where they assumed a lot of battles would be taking place. Koa now moves forward once again. A little bit more information, a bit more intel. Immediately puts the grenade away. That was just perfect. Koa's on a mad one this game.
I mean, I'm seeing some little glimmers of hope there from Koa. I think we might be seeing a little bit more of him this tournament. I mean, if today's anything to go by, the Moneymakers, not the most illustrious of starts, but they've had 5 points from this match already, despite their first match not going so great. I think they went down in one of the early engagements on that time around, but we'll see if they can operate more effectively from the north side of this circle. They've got a lot of control over this hillside now, Blank. They're playing as 3, but both Onyx Ravens and FireFlux kind of locked in towards each other near Milter. So we'll see if the Moneymakers can play from this north side.
And the NIGMA just came off their fight with Team Spirit. Team Spirit going down with 7 eliminations, so I don't think they're too unhappy with that. Again, 2 games in a row where you're able to salvage after going down to 2 players. It'll do the trick. But Power holding out versus NIGMA Galaxy as they move in. Onyx Ravens over towards FireFlux. Just soulless on the top floor.
If the Onyx Ravens can keep all of them alive here, they might have a chance to take down the Moneymakers. But look at this, the third parties from Moneymakers been on point so far. The Onyx Ravens lose one, but up they roll. A perfectly timed point of aggression from the Moneymakers to try and take down 2 teams in one fell swoop. And they might just be able to do it. A nade out, but it's just too late. And that is excellent maneuvering from the Moneymakers, up to 8 limbs.
Yeah, honestly, it's just been an awesome game from the Moneymakers so far. And honestly, I didn't think they would make too much money at all, but here they are proving me wrong.
There's no one there. What are you doing?
Yeah, okay. Come on, guys. Every time I keep trying to compliment a team, they're proving me slightly wrong. It's okay. We're done. To be fair, they have been fighting for a while. Maybe they're
just
worried.
in the mode. They're just
They're
locked
just
in.
the mode, right? Ah!
My guys are sparring ghosts right now, dude.
Yeah.
They're not having they're not having a good time. Well, they are having a good time, but they're a little bit spooked. They'll figure it out
utility
eventually.
that you'd rather not waste. I
gonna
don't
be so
think they
confused.
expected the third party to. I don't think they expected the fight to end instantly as they engaged on it. So the adrenaline still pumping. Got a bit of the shakes on over on that side of the map. You got Regnum Kaya Bra actually in a really good spot and have been in this spot for the majority of the game. Have not had to move whatsoever, but in a very good position to get some good stuff done here. I like this spot from Power as well. Very nadeable, but difficult to get into nade range of this spot. So they've got to be very, very clear cut with their sprays, ensuring that people don't get close. That's why they've got Al Haji on the outside, trusting him to gather that information that is required here.
I think the team that's most likely to pose a threat to them, NIGMA Galaxy, on the south side of the field, could potentially crash up to this position, but it looks like they're going a little bit wider. They want to take on Moneymakers, and if we know anything about this team on this hillside is that it's not going to go well for you. We'll see if they're able to maintain that record, or if NIGMA Galaxy are going to be the ones to break the back of it. As Lord moves up, they have the divot now. The smokes are starting to bloom. And now Power potentially in a little bit of danger. A long nade range, but might just be able to make it. Coops goes down and Easy has the sideswipe angle. Coops being their forward position as well. So make Moneymaker's times just a little bit easier. Smokes blooming for it. And shots going up the hill.
I think Power's identified a really strong position in the zone here. On top of the fact that there is a loot crate on the outside edge, Al Haji playing around that masterfully too. So elusive on that side like a fox. Never mind, he's down.
Can you stop it?
For a while, he was doing great. But then I cursed him very badly, apparently. It was a strong curse.
You've inherited Max's powers. I don't know. It's
I know. Since he's been gone.
You can breathe for the first time. Icy for Moneymakers, being that forward guard, and what do you know it? Another team going to fall victim to them on the northern side. 10 eliminations now for this 3-player team, who, well, they are 4 players, but they've been playing as 3 for a long, long while now. And Power going to have to shift away from their stronghold to play towards the east. And Regnum Kaya Bra, again, with a nice late-game position.
Yeah, they have not had to move at all. This is what we call very fortuitous, this position. Moneymakers, on the other hand, all over the shop. Moving this way and that. 5 remaining teams. Brute Force still with 2. You got Pre-Pod down towards that south side with Neos. And for Regnum Kaya Bra, this is a decent spot, but a lot of cover to play around with. They've got to be very, very careful of their north side. And they've sort of allowed the Moneymakers to get into that position. Some long grenades been sent through here.
Ooh, another one as well from NIGMA Galaxy. Lord is down at the back, and they are going to want to try and get that res as fast as possible. This is very, very late circles. Pre-pod going down, Power starting to lose players, but NIGMA Galaxy falling faster than they are, and Easy should be back up to his feet here. The burn at the door frame keeps Power on the inside, and another long nade from Coops as he's got to go it alone now. Brute Force as well at the back. Maybe with something to say about Power holding on here. And Nate from Coops sneaks his way on in. How did he manage to find that? I have no idea what Coops was able to just do, but that nade threaded the needle. He goes down for it, but what a beautiful way to take down a major threat on that western side. Power eliminated, 3 teams remain. The Moneymakers on this northern side. Regnum Kaya Bra, the 2 teams with a real big chance here. Neos might be able to backstab RC Bra in the meantime.
I think for Power there, they had such a strong position. They played it right. They were dropping the smoke outside the window, preventing them seeing the sightlines they would need to get those nades in. But Coops just was undeterred. Good nade. Gets into a fairly troublesome spot there as Icy moves further and further forward. 12 eliminations right now for the Moneymakers. They certainly are making money now. Luckily for Regnum Kaya Bra, there is a lot of nice cheeky spots here that sort of ensures that one nade will take down one player only and not all bunching up. They understand that one of their biggest weaknesses right now is the fact that this is a bit of a nade pit for them.
Spelling out, playing away from some of the more obvious nade spots. Silas does take damage from it, and that might give false reads, false positives from those nades with those damage numbers popping. But Silas is a little bit further down the hill, and there's Neos. I thought he was maybe going to backstab onto RC Bra, but no. He's going to take shots uphill and immediately flushed away. Moneymaker's down to 2 players now.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, this is a good decision to have Neos try and get this third party over towards Moneymakers. He can drop the smoke down, denies the sight lines from Reject. Regnum Kaya Bra, but it's able to still take shots up towards Moneymakers. Unfortunately, does have to send out in the vehicle, does not get too far with it. We'll go down. 2 players left for the Moneymakers. 4v2. See if Moneymakers can take it all the way.
Neos, with that all-important extra pickup, leaves them in that 2 versus 4. With 3 players, I would give it to the Moneymakers, given their form today. Koa especially, and he is still alive. Silas will have seen the player hit the deck. Should be able to get a perfect cook on this. I don't see Koa surviving, but he slips out to the side. Silas, a little bit more worried, but there's the backup. There's the extra nade. Loxy able to get the first knock and the flush, and it should be all done. But Havlik going to go for the last stand. A good nade could find what he's looking for. 4 players for RC Bra. Only 1 playing on that off angle, playing back. A bobble over the top. Doesn't quite connect. Spray from Havlik. Gets 1. Goes for 2. Can he find a second? They have no idea where he is. But they are going to be able to find it just at the end. And it's shut down. Regnum Kaya Bra Esports take the second chicken dinner. But the headline of that match, playing for me, is the Moneymakers.
Yeah, a very depressing whiff on the grenade at the end there. But yeah, real big headline newspapers across the world there for the Moneymakers because their stonks are up. Really, really nice play coming through from Koa, honestly. Definitely pushed the team into sort of overdrive there towards the middle of the game. Really, really well done. I was pleased to see it. It's quite difficult to manage, right? 3 or 4 teams all surrounding you on that eastern side where there's not a lot to go play with. You have to take your moments and take them quickly. Their third party onto the building down towards that south side, also really, really well done. A little bit disappointed. Power weren't able to do more with that position. I do think that they played it very correctly, let's put it that way. And your biggest issue is the fact that Coops is such a monster. He got just close enough, right? And it's hard to put this guy down, even in those moments where he is doomed, right? He is happy to take down the other team with him. He was eventually going to get the basketball in the hoop, and that nade did a lot of damage.
Certainly did. Match rankings from that game. Regnum Kaya Bra taking 19 points, but a close second with the Moneymakers on 12 eliminations, 18 points accrued for them. Really, really strong stuff, sweeping across those northern hills of the final zones. Very, very efficacious in their pursuits. Good to see. We'll hopefully get a little bit more of a glimpse of that as time goes on, and especially from Koa. The guy was on a tear today. See if he can convert that into the next matches.
Yeah, I think, again, for Moneymakers, this is very promising. You come off a pretty bad game there on Sandhawk and get this one. This brings you back into the fold a little bit. Second page, 3D Max get there, 4 eliminations, but not much more than that. And really, it was only Robs that was getting that done from what was a pretty promising start there over in Yasnaya. Again, this is one of those games where it would have been a little bit silly if Regnum Kaya weren't able to flush that game out at the end. It was very gifted to them. They had such a strong spot, and so many teams around them had a lot of difficulties there. Heroic, though, I think you can be disappointed in. They had a very strong spot, and somehow, some way, just sort of gave it up.
I mean, sometimes it happens, you know, you let one thing slip and your focus drifts, maybe not able to hold it down. But like you said, RC Bruh able to take it all the way, hold it down with all 4 players alive in the end. Got a little bit hairy, but they did it nonetheless. 19 points accrued and a chicken dinner. with RC Bra keeping it calm over on Erangel, able to secure themselves a chicken dinner the previous match. We've still got 2 more Erangels yet to come today, Blank, and we are going to be having one of them right up now.
Yeah, but I mean, so far what we've seen is a real collection of teams all able to do quite well. And I think that's what we were hoping for here at the PMSL EMEA, which is just a lot of different squads from different regions, really put through the ringer to get here in the first place and be able to perform on this big stage. So it's no longer a case where we sort of have you know, those 10 feeder teams towards the bottom. It feels more like we have very well-rounded participating teams overall. So I'm very, very happy to see it. And if you are also happy to see it and you want to see some more, make sure to follow us over on our socials, which you can see right beneath us here.
Absolutely. Make sure you're checking those out. That's where you get all your live up-to-date information, courtesy of those channels. But yeah, absolutely great to see the skill being displayed on all fronts from all of these teams. I think Moneymakers, maybe not a team on many people's radar for this tournament, but they certainly were able to do some nice sweeping away on that northern side. There's the man himself. Really, really strong performance coming out for the team in that last match.
I think for Koa as well, this guy is a really good player. Very streaky though, right? I think that there's times where you see Koa absolutely pop off, and other times where Koa doesn't really do too much on a day. But maybe we're seeing something completely different coming through from this guy. And it does feel like he is sort of calling the shots a little bit there, pulling his team alongside with him, who all seem to do very well, following up alongside him. Coops, once again, and this was the big question we had, right? It was whether the rest of the team of NIGMA Galaxy was able to shine at that same caliber that Coops currently does. I think that they're doing an okay job right now, and I'm sure they can continue to do that. NIGMA Galaxy has got quite far towards a lot of these end games, just getting a little bit squeezed out towards those final moments. So I don't know if that is just first day jitters, because there seems to be the correct approach to it in that early game towards mid game. It's just that end game that feels a little bit shaky right now for them.
See if they can tidy things up. Coops on NIGMA Galaxy, really, really strong stuff. I think he's got to have been doing close to MVP performance today for them. We'll have to wait and see what more he can do, because we have had only 2 matches. It has to be said, we've still got plenty more. We've got 4 more matches to play as the players are locking in for the 3rd time, for the 2nd time on Erangel as well. We'll see if they're able to repeat that performance for Regnum Karyabrat. Would be quite the turn-up if they're able to do it back-to-back. We'll have to wait and see, though. Still a long while off of that just yet. The teams are loading up into the lobby, getting ready to fly once more over the grassy pastures.
Yeah, again, for Regnum Karyabrat, this is a bit of a strange angle for them, right? Where they didn't exactly play out like an absolute slobber knocker, right? It was sort of just they found the right position in the zone. They were there very early on, and they held it down. And you would expect the caliber of players on this team to be able to do that anyway. None of these guys are slouches on this side. So pleased that it comes to pass that, you know what, this is not a team that has fallen from grace. They still have the chops on them to do it. I just want to see them tested a little bit more first before making any concrete decisions about this team just yet.
You have to give it a little bit more leash, see what they can turn up for it. So everyone's revising his drop maps there, his rotational paths for the Onyx Ravens, making sure they know what's up. Keeping things nice and tight. Getting comfy in those chairs. Make sure they are in the perfect spot to perform. Koa found his groove last match. Hopefully he can do so again. Rolling up his sleeves, getting ready to get stuck in.
It's a universal language thing, rolling up the sleeves. Ready for some action.
Absolutely.
Here we are in towards our 3rd game of the day. So halfway through already. Seems like it's gone quite quickly at the moment. But here we are, east to west, over towards Zaki. So a little bit more free reign for the players here in terms of where they want to go. Again, this is where I'd assume you'd hope that a team as intelligent as S2G would give up the Goose over towards Yasnaya and just leave it to 3D Max, play on the northern side, and just not have that engagement as much. But again, you've angered the beast, and Robs potentially comes and gets you.
He's waiting around the corner with a DBS. Bam, you're down 4. Most eliminations so far today. Coop's on 8, so just squeaking out ahead of Koa on 7, who got all of those eliminations in the last match. So it's all up for grabs today. Nomi still in the wings, waiting. Look at that, it's a little bit of a reshuffle, but Wilds on RC Bra. The workhorse of that team from that last match. Look at that, 1,300 damage.
Yes, actually fairly incredible coming through. Didn't expect that one there, but there you go. Oh yeah, I honestly did not expect that whatsoever. I would have thought a lot of different names would have come through there, but 3D Max, S2G, battling it out from the get-go. So not giving Robs any time to find himself a shotgun, just straight into it. And again, we have Beşiktaş and Team Spirit. It's a replay.
Oh no. Oh. Just to confirm, this is this match, right? Not just the same match again. Team Spirit, 2 of them are down, but Rezable. Nomi is on the stairs, has got one of his teammates safe. Beşiktaş looks like they've had a few flushed away in the meantime. 2 players marauding around. Naomi trying to crawl to safety here. Kitsune trying to hold it out with the pistol against the shotguns. It's not going to work too well. Almost immediately flushed away, but has he given his teammates time to get back to their feet? It's now 2 versus 2. With that M16 in hand, it's going to be difficult. There's 3 players still alive. 4 Team Spirit. Effect is low. Not really going to have that many meds on board. And this is the second time that both of these teams have taken a tough turn of events here. Beşiktaş playing around on the underneath, but shots out wide. And a nice step out from Lewis. Puts them on low HP again. A res, though, and 3 barrels better than 2. The question yet to be answered.
Yeah, these guys are so low right now over on Team Spirit. And again, you sort of think that Kitsune makes that play to buy time, right? You know, he's only got a pistol, knows the rest of his team's got shotguns, doesn't want to hand one over to Beşiktaş just yet. Lewis here, see if he can find something. Luckily, the shotgun does allow you to take a trade, but the M16 taking more.
What?
The knife from Naomi! The disrespect!
Oh, and he gets the flush as well. He's going to be able to pick up the weapon. Now he's going to be able to turn that back around onto Beşiktaş. The guy's a wild animal going Rambo on Beşiktaş right now. Poser now last to stand with a sliver of HP himself. With a shotgun, could be able to do it here. Got plenty of ammo to be able to put them down, but needs to land the shots and he can't do it. The savior of the team, Naomi, pulls it out the bag. What a way to do it.
Man, I need to see a replay on that because I want to know if he timed it for when the reload went through on the M16. That's all I can think of. Heroic, though, get themselves into position. They hear the gunshots, and Team Spirit is ragged at the moment. Naomi down. Naomi should die to that nade. Even just the pop damage from far away would take him out. For Team Spirit, that is a tough fight.
That is really tough, but it's the second time it's happened. And you've got to wonder what's so good about this building that they have fought over it now twice in a row. I mean, maybe just a little adjustment there. They have won it out now on that engagement. Effect is away. And that was crazy from Naomi. I just want to catch you up as well on the Yasnaya engagement. S2G wiped out. They are no longer in effect. 3D Max convincingly won it this time around. So that has happened in the meantime. But God, I'm still reeling from that Naomi swing around the corner.
Yeah, he did sort of fly out like a action figure, knife in hand. Tospic got a little bit more than he bargained there for.
It reminded me of Kale running onto the desk. Do you remember at PMWI?
Whack him with the shoe.
With the shoe.
Pretty much.
That's basically the same thing.
He got the wrestling shoe approach. I want to see the replay because it's awesome because it's awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Enough said.
It's just
but
sick,
I do want to see whether it was timed perfectly on the M16 reload. We will see. Again, Effect last alive here. Team Spirit, the only team to go down to 2 players every game or less and still come out a net positive somehow. Currently sat at first place, by the way.
Sure. I mean, why not? As it goes, 4 eliminations. They're keeping up. They're keeping up pace. I mean, even 4 points on this match is still pretty good, right? Like for a game where you start in such a raggedy fashion, like you said before. So we'll see if they're able to convert, get maybe 1 or 2 placement points on effect. Heroic, they disengage from that, moving up to FLUX now.
Yeah, heading in. Right, I'm really taking a heavy hit there, but gets away with his life intact. FLUX 10 points currently at the moment on the tables. Sure, they would have liked to have made a bit more of a bigger splash coming into the first day. And that's team spirit. Regnum Kaya Bra, they call them that pride. Again, NIGMA Galaxy, I'm happy with where they're at currently. And this is sort of the tournament where I assumed they would start to bring things back together. I'm pleased they're in 3rd place, and I hope they stay up towards that position. 3D Max, on the other hand, a long string of tournaments where they have just suffered and not hit too many good spots, but had their moments. And I think it's been high time where they've gone from Game Lord to SBG. Performances got better and better and better. Now on 3D Max, another banner that they're flying, yet the improvement is there. And it's less of getting better, but more returning to former glory.
But I feel like this is the season for it as well, right? Like you're back together in a physical position with your teammates, shoulder to shoulder. Like now's the time where you recoalesce and refine that passion. Well, I mean, yeah, that is true. The man just he breaks door frames when he goes into shops. You know, it's a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. Specifically, why the chairs are so far apart on that team.
That's true. They actually had to make that booth 2 feet wider just to accommodate both of those shoulders.
Yeah.
He's a normally proportioned human. I don't know why we keep harping on about it. Goodness.
No, look, right, man. I am jealous. Man's got. I'm envious.
My man's cosplaying Kronk from the Emperor's New Groove.
Yes. All right. This guy's got a great frame to him, and also seems to be putting 3D Max back into the picture, which is lovely to see. Heroic up on the top side here. Hold down Everest. Got 2 players underneath at the moment. A couple of players just sort of scouting over this top side of Everest. We've not talked too much about the circle at the moment. There's a lot been going on right now. The circle heading down towards that southwest side, just to the south edge of Gatka. If you've been watching a while, you'll know this is a pretty dastardly position to be in. There's not many nice routes to head down from that north side. A lot of times you're heading downhill towards the fields, which makes it very easy for some of these teams that are already situated. Power, once again, finding a strong spot within the circle. It seems to be a running trend throughout the day. And for the first time in a while, NIGMA Galaxy actually get a spot early on, as opposed to having to fight for positions. So I think this might be a good game for NIGMA Galaxy if they play their cards right. We've seen them backed up against the wall. This time, though, they're fully in control.
Hopefully they can keep FLUX at their east side. If they can do that, then they've got a nice little bastion that sits around them on that side. And you're right, they can get very deep into this game for free if they do handle this part positioning nicely in these next few minutes. So we'll have to wait to see if they're able to bear fruit on that tree. Regnum Kaya Bra moving in from the north side with Falcons to their southeast side. They'll be skirting around from Everest. This is a team that I'm expecting big things from here. Silas, a veteran, a storied player, certainly. He's been through the ringer, multiple rosters. Certainly championed material. See if he's able to repeat that performance here at PMSL with this roster. They've certainly put their best foot forwards at the start here. 29 points so far on the tournament. A really, really great opener.
Yeah, I'm pleased with how it's gone down for them. And realistically, should be doing this well. I mean, they've had a switch up. It's probably a bit of a breath of fresh air. Silas as well. Get something new done for himself. the map at the moment, Power, your Al-Haji scouting out a little bit over towards that northern side towards the Falcons. Moneymakers situated on this south side. Starting to get a lot of teams clumping up together, and that's with BEŞİKTAŞ as well as S2G going down almost immediately. Did open up a lot more rotational paths into the circle. It wasn't as crowded as teams went in. And it specifically happens a lot on the first day where players and teams are fighting for position. Sort of puffing out the chest a little bit.
Pre-pod trying to catch Twisted Minds on a side swipe, but will not be so lucky. A lot of damage sent towards Dammy, and Never Alone is already out of it. And he's out the buggy. Goodness me. Nice shots found, and finally, the tickle on the back is effective for Brute Force. They have to make their way in, though. They're right on the southeast side of this circle, which is about to show us its hand for the next pop. About to see where we're going to be ending up in Zone 3. And it's a southwest shift down towards Quarry, down towards those hills around the southwest area of Gadka Fields.
This is one of those positions where, you know, you've got Quarry. And it does have some great sight lines, but it's quite a big chunk of it, which is just no man's land, right? Where you have to cut it out. No one's going down inside Quarry unless they're desperately escaping some horrible fate. So some of these teams on that south side, we're looking at Twisted Minds in particular on your screen at the moment with just 2 players trying to make their way in, likely to be cut off by the remaining players left in Quarry from Moneymakers. We're going to hold this one down. If they can clear out that south edge, you know, edge camp it just a little bit, they provide themselves a huge amount of space to work with going forward. It does require them to take a little bit of pressure off from that north side. But again, I think this is worth it in the moment. 3D Max finally making their way down from Yasnaya. It's been a bit of a long push, but because they finished that fight out so quickly with S2G, you're imagining they're bringing a lot of firepower to the table here in terms of utility and weaponry. But their first hurdle will be finding a position.
I saw the muzzle flash. I saw the muzzle flash. He was shooting.
Was there? He literally sidestepped it. That was that's some John Wick stuff.
That's crazy, man. You do not see that very often. That is absolutely insane. Goodness me. Certainly get that on the clip feed. We will have to be watching that. I think every day. Should we watch that once every day? I think that's a good idea. No,
I mean, until he does something different.
You're just going to keep doing that every day. It's going to be brilliant. Looking forward to it.
Like, rah! I have a knife.
He brought a knife to a gunfight and somehow...
Yeah, actually, this is one of the few times where the phrase doesn't make sense.
Goodness me. I'll be telling my grandkids about that one. Phenomenal stuff. Zebra on the northwest side.
When they say don't bring a gun to a knife fight, don't believe them. You'll be fine.
You'll be fine. There was one time in PUBG Mobile where...
One time. It was one time. My statistics are flawless.
100% of the time that we've seen a knife in a gunfight, it's gone well. So
yeah,
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
All these other times, don't think about that. Don't listen to that.
What are you talking about? Don't think it ever happened. I think you're lying. I think you're making it up.
Absolutely are making it up. We do now have ourselves a little bit of divide in the circle as we get back to reality. Snap ourselves away from Naomi, us being Naomi. East side clump as well as that west side clumping. You can see that just because you do have that large bit of terrain coming out from Quarry from the middle, sort of cuts off those sight lines anyway. This does very much benefit Power quite a bit here. 3D Max have further to go. FLUX find Havlik as he tries to retreat out of this one. Icy drops himself a little molly out the window, buy himself a bit more time, but I just don't know how much he was able to purchase.
Nade out, looking for the Kirk and nade in a second as well to follow it up. There's no escaping that. Icy goes down. Moneymakers, they lost Koa, and they're starting to fold around that point loss as well. Just the one player now standing. They are going to have a tough time moving forwards. Moneymakers will not have a repeat performance of the last match. 3D Max, however, in the meantime, over on the southeast side, close by to their opponents on Digital Athletics. You have lost a player, taken her down as well. Looks like 3D Max might be able to get everyone alive, but that nade looks pretty good. That cook looks pretty good as well. Bobbles over the top, goes a little bit long, but finds Snowix on a low HP bar, and we'll be able to take him down. However, the res is through. 3D Max might be able to stay up as 4.
Oh, nade there, just tossed aside from Roberts. I think he'd held onto it too long, couldn't feasibly put the pin back in. But it's a good retreat there from Digital Athletics, really puts the hurt over towards the guys on 3D Max, have to slow things down. Twisted Minds coming up against YDO here from Brute Force. Yusuf in the distance. Trying to see if he can spot him. Barely can even look out the window himself. Been denied the view.
Tough stuff for Yusuf. Brute Force looking to get pre-pod back up. You can see them just a little bit further south, but they're going to have to go again because Effects on the side swipe here. Just going a little bit aggressive for Team Spirit. Last player, remember, standing for the squad. He's got a first aid. Has he popped it in time? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, no, he's got it. He's definitely got that one. But moving forwards into the line of fire for Brute Force is going to be really, really tough to make it work. Pre-pod lands the shots, and we'll be able to convert as well. That is Team Spirit out for now. In the meantime, Onyx Ravens crashing into NIGMA Galaxy, rolling over the hill. The vehicles being used pretty effectively, actually, as Lord not quite able to get the shots down. And there's the backline coming into effect as well. Vigors able to keep Lath safe for now, but a forward position makes him very, very exposed. Power roll in, and that should be curtains on this entire fight. None of these teams are going to be getting out of this one, I don't believe. Power rolling on in, and there goes the first for the Onyx Ravens. A second soon to follow, I'm sure.
Yeah, hugely unfortunate there for NIGMA Galaxy. And they had a good spot in the circle, remember, but this is, again, a time where Power is very good at picking their moments today. When they want to move in, when they want to push. I mean, they let that fight play out as if they would never move into it. And then finally, they start up their engines and move on through. So very, very good for Power. They clear out majority of the northern side. Now they can hold this hilltop. Falconis pretty much done-zoed. You could almost see what was going on inside his mind there. He was on fire and it's like, oh, what can I do? Well, I'm just done.
Yeah. That's a give up, go again, go next angle. Brute Force trying to roll down Heroic, but it's not going as easily as perhaps they thought it might do. Brute Force only with pre-pod now remaining. Heroic, they've done a lot of damage to them, but they are standing strong. A nade being cooked, no really any meds, and any damage from that nade found, and should be curtains. But they should be okay for now. Pre-pod.
Awesome.
Will be able to sidestep. Matador's the first. Goes for the spray down, tries to convert the points. I think that's the wise decision here. Go for the flushes, because as last standing, it's unlikely that you're going to have too much more of an impact on this match. Circle's gone up to this northwest side blank, which gives RC Bra a brilliant compound position.
Yeah, this is very much the day. If RC Bra keeps getting circles like this, then they can build themselves up a nice bunch of points. Again, it's not always just getting the circle that gives you the games. We saw that just then with NIGMA Galaxy. So for RC Bra to just get these circles and then just keep putting those points in the pocket off the back of them, this is really important. It's a strong move from them. So you love to see it. Zachariah, great shots from Neos there. Even though he was so low, still took the time to send those bullets in, and pre-pod does an excellent job to hold it down. I think players are getting very wise to the desperation buggy rundown play, getting very good at those 180 moments where you just turn around and shoot the guy out the vehicle. Bisq is done. Should be.
Hang on a minute. Take that back. Bunnymakers, you know what they can do? In a pinch, they are pretty proficient, but will finally be shut down, but at the cost of Snowix. That leaves 3D Max on 3 players now. With Snowix going down, they'll keep Robs alive. Novalo and Victor will be bringing that one up, but Novalo goes down to Falcons. That's all the way out the circle. You do not go back for that, leaving 3D Max on 2 players. Brute Force leaving pre-pod down, and these are the open fields to the south now, starting to claim victims, Blank.
A lot of teams having to push further up this way. Al Hadji, once again, on a big old Vanguard spree. I don't think that was necessary from him, but he gets away with it every single time.
How?
Got a lot of confidence in himself, does Al Hadji.
I feel like something happened to Satan there. Something weird happened. Like, it wasn't quite right. He was shooting at the sky for a bit. Goodness, that's
Well,
unfortunate.
sometimes the observing, well, not the observers, those guys are great, but the actual client could be a little bit skewy.
Either way, he didn't manage to find
only
anything
very
for it.
rarely.
Yeah, Power trying to hold off the roll up, and Damago's 1-for-1 on the trade. Alhaji, though, he's repositioned. He's everywhere. He's a man about town. Satan's still out on the outside of the field, trapped behind the rock. Can't really move. Kante see into that. And here's the last player alive for the Falcons, so not really much more to do there. Power on the northeast side. Probably the only team in a position to take on RC Bra here. As RC Bra do take that final shot towards the Falcons. You can see that hillside on the north flank. It needs to be moved across, but they can't really do that until FLUX and 3D Max are out of the running. This keeps RC Bra in on their compound, and I feel like it is their game to lose yet again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice position for Power to play alongside with. Eventually, you'd imagine this circle is going to push out RC Bra, but you respect what they're doing. They know they have the defensive compound over towards this western side, so they push out down towards that southwest, try and remove brute force who have been through the ringer at the moment. 3D Max up to 8 eliminations. You know, we thought that they would go down versus BIS, but still pulling through here to such a confident win over towards S2G and Yasnaya, now trying to take this even further. Rob's up to 600 damage, seen that before, and Ketch gets absolutely blasted out of the way.
That's incredible. I mean, that's the skill of Rob's there. This is why we call him one of the best fraggers in the world. Now they're going to have to roll up, though. There's only 2 of them, and Power Alhaji uncharacteristically sailing wide with the shots, but the vehicle goes up in smoke. You can't avoid that. And it is going to be 3D Max eliminated, but they have had a massive impact on this match. I think they had 10 eliminations before going down there. This late in the game, with in 5th place as well, they'll be able to cap it off with 4 placement points. So a really nice turnaround for them on this match. Good investment of their time. Brute Force, 2 players alive, swinging around down towards the south, trying to regroup towards pre-pod.
I mean, Alhaji was a bulldozer in the qualification stage of PMGC last year. I mean, bringing himself now into the Super League, still doing extremely well. And I was sort of excited to watch him in a tournament like this, where he's not against some of the best teams in the world. And he's doing exactly what I'd hoped he would do, you know? He's making a lot of room for the rest of his team, swaggering through the map at the moment. It's a deck for a short minute, though. He took a couple of bullets. No, just pre-pod. So, again, with a very similar situation to our last angle, just in a different position on the map, with 1 player from Brute Force off in the distance. You got Power, Regnum Kaya Bra, in a very defensible position. Pre-pod. Not getting away from that one. Nice shots, though, from Silas.
Yeah. I mean, he was 2022 world champion. The guy's got some skills. He knows what he's doing. They've got to land those shots. Beautiful stuff. 2 teams now standing. And can Power take control of this hillside? With only RC Bra in the mix, they can start to move forwards, and that's exactly what they've been doing over these last couple of minutes.
Typically just waiting for this next circle, and I was Regnum Karya Bra. I'm sort of wanting to set up for the end game. Unwilling to move too far away from this compound, because you know that if the circle does perhaps move hard over towards that western side, you have the game a little bit in the bag. Alhaji and Easy, though, looking for any openings they can get. Where can they move to? Where can they push further in? Where can they cause problems for Regnum Karya Bra? And this next circle will be the decider jump.
What RC Bra wants to do is push across this road where Silas has stood, but you can't do that right now. With the high ground position being held by Power, you can see how much of a sideswipe they have onto that position. If you can force them off the hill, then you can start to move out from this compound, and RC Bra need to figure out something else to do now. Do they try and sweep up to the north side, try and roll around there? There's just so much open sight lines, and I feel like Power definitely in control right now.
Yeah, I mean, with that circle shift, again, this is what Power's been doing a lot, and honestly, the map has been a bit manhandled by Alhaji, moving from position to position, taking space, and not only taking space, but he's been relieving that information gathering aspect for the rest of the team, right? Because he has just got so much idea of what's going on the map, which allows Kante Verdan to move up towards this north side and take a pretty comfortable position without worrying that Regnum Kaya Bras moved too much further out. Just don't think they got enough done. I mean, they cleared out that southwest side, but again, moving out from this position is really difficult. So this push on the vehicles has to be absolutely stellar, and Al Hadji and Easy have to respond.
Pushing forward, Silas moves across. This is what they wanted to do. It's unsafe, but they have to make that choice. Silas drawing the fire out and inside the vehicles, finding one to try and turn it around for a second. But Al Hadji with the Groza turns on for a second. It is 2 for 2 on the trade now. It's 2 players behind. Wild already going for that res. A long nade from Fidan. Looks to try and get behind the vehicle. Does the damage, but doesn't stop the res. Not just yet. Another one to follow it up, but it's short. And they don't manage to stop this one down. That goes high to the tree, and that finds the shot onto Kiss. The nade in from the side, trying to get that smoke to cover. Loxy for Regnum Kaya Bra, trying to keep things together on the off angle, but might just need to wade on in, go for these reses, maybe pick Silas up.
It's so important those nades hit, but Fidan and Easy really dropped the ball on that top side. Al Hadji healing himself up here. The MG3 still in play. Al Hadji's got 5 grenades. They've got to be big ones. Drops the nade out. Looks good for a lot of damage. Will go for another one. Drops it slightly towards the right side. This could be massive.
Splits the difference, and it isn't going to find anything. Verdan, however, has moved up in the meantime. Has the DBS. MG3 sees that he's on the deck now, and it's just Al Hadji, the manhandler of the lobby so far. 600 damage pops up. A nade still flying, but over the top it goes, and that will be put to bed. A back-to-back chicken dinner, and Regnum Kaya Bra putting the hurt on the lobby.
Yeah, it's a really nice finish from Regnum Kaya Bra. I mean, you've got to love the fact that they had to split the difference there in terms of moving 2 targets in 2 separate directions and just relying on each other to make that happen. Great distraction play, and again, it's just something that I don't think Power was expecting or has come up against in the past, where it is just a full assault towards them. And it's an assault towards the centers as well, because they're sort of panicking towards that position. You saw that realistically, there was about 3 nades there from Fidan and Kante, which could have ended the game there and then and given Power the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, 3 whiffed grenades in a row, and it's left down to Al Hadji once again, who is doing so much work for this team. And you can see the rest of them sort of rising to the challenge, but they're not quite there yet, matching Al Hadji's prowess.
Not quite. 659 damage on the match. Doing a lot of work. We had money makers as well, giving people a lot of jip on the northern side. They were shut down eventually, but only after 3D Max paid the iron price for it, which was unfortunate. A lot of performance there from Robs. Yet again, I mean, that's that early game engagement, right, over in Yasnaya that's really propping up those stats there for them. Regnum Kaya Bra, it seems like in first place, it's always 19 points. I don't know what it is about today, but so far, every single time, it's been 19 in first. 10 placements, 9 elims.
Yeah, they've had some good games here, and I think that that's one of them where, yeah, they had a little bit of circle on their side, but they made a decent rotate towards that position early on, took a strong compound, cleared out that southwest side, and then a very, very strong approach towards their end game. Very well thought out, maintaining the vehicles they had throughout the rest of the game because they had the opportunity to with that compound itself, which is why they were remiss to remove themselves so far away from it. I think Regnum Kaya at this point deserves a big pat on the back. It's like a fantastic day for them so far, and Turkish fans all around should be very, very proud of this team.
Absolutely. It's definitely something that they will be happy with seeing such power coming through from them as well. I was looking at the rosters again, and I was just checking out the moneymakers, and blank, it looks like they've got Old Boy on the roster, but haven't put him in yet. So I'll be interested to see if that's a change that they try and come back through with in the coming games or in the coming days. We'll have to wait and see. But let's take a look at those overalls that they've been accruing so far over the course of the first 3 matches. And surprise, surprise, blank, right on top, it's Regnum Kaya Bra Esports.
Yeah, Team Spirit as well, with a little bit of a ghost performance where haven't seemed to be too much on the radar at the moment towards those end games, but certainly have found themselves a lot of strong points. Got themselves that chicken dinner at the start of the day with just the deadly duo. But overall, this is looking very good for Team Spirit. Maybe they can bring things back up to speed. Regdom, Kaya, Bra Esports, the limelight has just all been on them. But let's look a little bit further down the tables. Right now, we've got 3D Max, Moneymakers, NIGMA, Galaxy, Power Esports, and Team Falcon. So MEA, man, I told you, they're on the come up.
Absolutely. They are certainly this threatening presence that's looking to push on through and, in fact, capping it off right at the top, like you said. Those Türkiye fans, those MEA fans, all looking pretty happy right now as well. FLUX top in the second page, but there is a bit of a drop-off there from 9th to 10th. 16 down to 9 points. That is not going to be ideal. So a couple of teams here that may be the sort of names you wouldn't expect to see, especially right at the bottom. Blank, S2G, 1 point so far. Just the one elim, actually.
Yeah, I mean, for S2G, you know, you've had a bit of a breakup in terms of the roster there, and it has just not been really going all that well for them since their championship game, right? It's so unfortunate. So honestly, for S2G, you can only hope that things do get better for them. For the time being, Redem Carrier Bra are absolutely killing it.
Regnum Karya Bright Esports putting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners on the board, streak out to an early lead, but it's still all to play for here as teams compete for their shot at qualifying for the PMWC later on this year. My name's John Allen, with me is Blank. We've had some great games to kick things off today. We've got one more Erangel for you, and it's coming up next.
It's been absolutely fantastic watching a lot of these games take place so far. I've been really happy to see that we've got some new faces, some new names popping up in those elimination feeds. We've got Team Spirit on your screen. We can't tell if it's the first Erangel or the second Erangel. Who knows? Because it's the exact same fight. However, Team Spirit did a pretty stellar job both times holding off. I mean, it's a very fast fight inside that compound. One drops on one building, one drops on the other, and immediately you're heading towards that garage for the standoff. Currently, you can see here on the screen, poor old Kitsune. No eliminations or knockouts, but we can see that, you know, he is still sort of playing that role where I think he understands that Effect, Nomi, Naomi, these guys are the real fraggers on the team. He's best playing as that shot caller, right? You know, giving these guys the opportunity for less brain and more action. Okay, at the end of the day, that is way, way better. You want to just be able to shoot things and someone be able to tell you where to go. So I think for Kitsune, you know, he has the pistol in that second match as well on Erangel, and he just takes the L on it and lets the rest of the team clean up for him, in which case he can take a back seat, doesn't have to play the game, can do a bit more shot calling from that position. So I think it is calculated in a way. Obviously, you'd like to see him do a little bit more, and I'm excusing him for maybe more than I should. But next games will tell a different tale. If he continues doing poorly, then I don't know, man. Maybe he does need to bring things back up to speed.
I mean, this is something that you said earlier today, Blank, and I'm gonna run it back on you here, because you said we're gonna be able to see where the issue with the old Gladiators roster lies. That's a quote from you right there. And now, there is a glaring issue, and it is obviously those Kitsune numbers. You're right. It is a small sample, of course. That third match as well is specifically, I think he made the right play, like you highlighted, buying time for the rest of his team and to allow Nomi to go for one of the craziest eliminations we've seen in a long time in the PMSL, certainly. So that was justified, I feel, but like every game so far, 0 elims. Seems pretty chill about it, though.
Yeah, he's got his feet up. You know, he's like, look, man, I don't have to play the game, all right? The rest of my team plays the game for me. I'm here to speak and do numbers. So I'm okay with that for the time being. The time being, Kitsune. All right, I'm keeping a watchful eye on you. I am very excited to see Gladiators play, though. Obviously, not playing today as they are in Group B, which is currently sitting out. I'm also really excited for Virtus Pro to be playing tomorrow, Old Muerte roster. So we'll see what they can get done. But overall, today's been a good one. And I'm pleased to see that some of these rosters, some of these teams that have been historically a little bit lackluster have really taken things in their own hands, especially with so many PMPLs now being cut out completely, obviously. And we're condensing this all into just PMSLs now. You really do have to fight tooth and nail for a spot here to go towards that PMWC, to go towards the PMGC at the end of the year too. So it's breeding some really good competition, I would say. And this is, and I say every year, this is the most exciting tournament to date.
This goes up and up and up. And obviously having everybody in the same physical location kind of kicks it up a notch as well. Obviously feeling that that knock-on effect from when everyone had to play in those disparate locations, where everyone was playing in remote. You reduce a lot of things like connection issues, slowdowns, which frustrates a lot of players. Obviously getting everybody connected to the lobby, a big logistical task, and making sure that all goes smoothly, really, really important. And it's much easier to keep that all under control when everybody's in the same place. I just wish that we could be there, man. It would be so cool to see this live.
Yeah, it would have been. It absolutely would have been. But I'm very happy that at least the players get to be there in person. You get a bit more of you get the cameras on them as well, because, you know, the bedroom cameras, they were not the play. They were not the play. It's nice to see all these guys in person. We've seen playing for a long, long time. Here's Al Hadji, the one and only. This guy is absolutely bonkers when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It really did make me sad last year as well, because he put on such a good show to keep his team in it during the PMGC qualification stage. Unfortunately, just pipped the post towards the end game. I mean, they were hanging on by a thread. Yeah. All right. But it did still make me sad because he had done so much for that squad, and he's still doing so much here. I think he's very much one of the, I think he is the most advanced player of his region currently of MEA. And I'm excited to see what he can do, because you imagine a lot of that knowledge, a lot of that experience also sort of rubs off on your teammates as well after a while. So playing here now in a pretty high octane format where you're on, it is the real thing, John. It's live action. This is where you can really start to perform.
Absolutely. They have ditched the animations. They are skin and bone on this, trying to make it work for them. Al Hadji looking to keep putting the pressure onto the rest of the lobby. 3D Max in that last match, it felt like they had potentially a better opening than their results might have shown, but they were still able to get a little bit done. Obviously, Rob's nailing that opening engagement with the Inyasnaya. I don't even think we actually saw that because of all of the scuffles going back and forth with BEŞİKTAŞ and Team Spirit. But Robs was able to just take all four limbs over towards, I believe, S2G over on that northeast side. So we'll see if that's going to go any differently this time. Maybe the adjustment, you don't go for it on the second time or anything. Okay, we'll run it back. We'll try and go again on that. But this time around, the S2G drop here, I feel like now's the time you definitely look to swap, look to go for a backup drop.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I've said it multiple times. It's a shareable position. There's no real reason to push the issue here. Staring into the desk.
Oh,
get ready to go. Okay, so we've got a bit of a rehost going on here. So we'll be getting into the game soonish.
That's
how soon? I won't tell you.
Oh, it's our secret. You're not allowed to know. Hopefully
soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Soon, TM.
I won't tell you.
That's when it starts.
I don't know.
That was the secret. That was the secret that we don't actually know. You're not supposed to say that bit. Goodness me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have to rewrite the script now.
I'm sorry. Causing issues.
It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, today has been definitely, certainly an interesting day to kick things off. For Regnum Kai, it's been a blinder of a day. I think they'd be really pleased with their performance so far. I think there's no reason not to be pleased with performance. I think for Silence, he sort of needed a bit of a breath of fresh air for himself as well. Wild, Loxy, Kiss You. Everyone's really putting in the numbers, putting in the time as well. Silas being there. A body armor up in front, taking 878 damage, the brunt of it. But Wild currently put out almost 1,800 damage today, and quite quietly as well. So, he's putting in the damage where it's definitely counting.
He is the workhorse right now for RC Bro. And they are grateful to have him pulling the cart along. See if they can keep trundling forwards at quite the clip. Falcons, they haven't had as much of an impact today as perhaps they would have liked. Obviously, a lot of team shuffles coming through on a lot of rosters, but these guys fielding what I would say is a solid roster from their region, from MEA right now. I don't think it's the most standout roster that you can see from this region. Obviously, with like you were saying, with Al Haji just being so prominent in the scene, Power have that rep boost there. Obviously, Na'Vi entering the scene, and you've got Moneymakers who have really been living at large so far with Koa, IC, Old Boy on the roster, like I said, but I feel like we're gonna have to wait to see a little bit more from that.
I mean, Old Boy was kind of that dynamic duo between Koa and himself back in the day. Like on 777 esports, if I'm not remembering incorrectly. It's been a while. Sorry, guys. But I will say that Old Boy sort of, he needs to earn his spot.
Definitely.
I'll put it that way. The guy has been a little bit all over the shop recently. Some of his pushes are questionable at best, right? Yeah. Real head scratchers when you see it happen. A lot of times just flying off, not respecting the rest of the team. So yeah, I think Old Boy, despite being one of the most prolific names in PUBG Mobile esports, I think he needs to earn that spot once again. He still makes incredible plays, but needs to learn to sort of play around the rest of his team, and that will come with time. That will come with time. And I think that benching him now and not giving him that spot at the start of the tournament is probably the smart choice. It'll give him some of that hunger back, a bit of that passion back, because he is a ridiculously good player, and one of the few players that has played so long ago that has retained almost all of his skill set since then. Yeah. Just lacking in some regards, in which other teams have definitely leveled up over time, just within the scene in terms of teamwork, in terms of those rotations, and those are the things he needs to work on.
He was one of the few players that was going toe-to-toe with Paraboy and sometimes winning it out all the way back in Berlin years ago.
Yeah, mechanically a god.
He needs to keep stepping it up, though. Keep bringing it back to that. Reclaim those fundamentals, because, I mean, it's more often than once, and that's far too many times, that we see him just drop in a different part of the map to the rest of his team when he gets a bit miffed about some of the plays. But they're not going to field him this time around. He's not even going to have a chance. So we are yet again on to Erangel, the third and final time today that we will be seeing the grassy pastures. South to north, split down the middle.
And so there, the INFINIX GT20 Pro, which is the official smartphone partner for 2024 PMSL EMEA Spring. Split here. Very kind of them to provide the phones for all the action that's occurring here on your screens today and for the many days into the future, at least 4 weeks of them. But yeah, heading straight into our final angle of the day here, while still currently holding that first place position, but Al Haji jumping himself up into second place with almost 1,500 damage done. I'm a bit of an Al Haji fan today, that's for sure.
Definitely. I think rightly so, though. He's certainly showed his prowess in that previous match, I think, mostly, where you were talking about him just being everywhere in that hillside position, just making sure that his team was given all the space that they could want to try and claim that one. Unfortunately, pipped to the post right at the end by a nice shift from Regnum Kayabra, but they still showed off considerable talent. Now, the question, 3D Max, are they going to go the same? Also, BEŞİKTAŞ and Team Spirit. Looks like Naomi has the shotgun. He's on the chase as well. Nomi has one. Kitsune has one. And I don't think BEŞİKTAŞ are going to have the best of times here. They've left 2 players on and off angle. Maybe looking to get some body armor, bring back some weaponry. As Poser draws the attention. He's the bait. But can they spring the trap?
Kitsune going down first.
Classic.
Doesn't bode well for the analysis side of things. BEŞİKTAŞ are happy to run into that. Effect does have a nade. Turn around, but great shot onto Poser there from Naomi. Some more shots. Quick flicks here too coming through. Kakali and Ko looking to move up the stairs. Just one player holding it down. Kitsune on the floor bleeding out. Naomi 5 rounds in the chamber.
Effect is already down and flushed as well. 2 players active for Team Spirit versus 3 from BEŞİKTAŞ. That early rotation, moving the players out to allow them to get more loot on board has paid off, but Nomi still has the pump action, still has the damage to pour through that door frame. Looks for a hop up onto the side, and Naomi now swimming around underneath. They both drop down, and they're going to play on the topsy-turvy here as they spin things around. Lewis wants to try and get his teammate back into the action, looking to try and enact the res. Has the DPS, one of the most powerful weapons in these scenarios. Naomi, the auto shotty, moving onto the outside. 2 players maximum for Team Spirit. And once more, Blank, are they just ganking themselves? Are they crippling themselves for moving forwards? A lovely nade up the top there. And Lewis now the last to stand again. Might look for the res once more, but I don't think he's going to have the time. Has to step out, and it's a 1-2 punch. Nomi loses Naomi, but he can get the res, and it's once more 4 points on the board for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the S12K is pretty marvelous to deal with the DBS. You know, they're definitely not the same beast, but they come from the same zoo, that's for sure. S2G, move away from Yasnaya. So we have a completely different approach to things from the 2 teams. BEŞİKTAŞ happy to keep slamming their heads against the wall until they lose all the brain cells that are still left up there. Whereas S2G decide to move away. A smarter decision, I'd say.
Incredible. They've made that adjustment. Good to see those 2 opposing styles. But the thing that BEŞİKTAŞ have been able to do is slow Team Spirit down on their drop. Right? They have managed to now 3 times make sure that Team Spirit cannot get out of there unscathed. It's been a real tough time today for Team Spirit on their early game. So if they can patch that back together, maybe they are a beast unseen, yet to be unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the points though right now, and I think all of BEŞİKTAŞ's points have come from their drops over towards Team Spirit. Well, the majority of them, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. It's still Team Spirit maintaining, at least for the time being, that 2nd place spot, which is surprising, honestly, considering what they've been through today. Really mustering half of their forces, basically, between every single match.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of their point total comes from that first match, where they're able to get that chicken dinner, get a lot of scrap kills, eliminations on the sidelines, where they were able to find those off angles, find those peaks from their compounders too. They got a lot of points in that match, and they've been able to obviously just gobble up about 4 elims at least on every other match since then. So that's kind of what's propping them up for now. And if they are allowed to get into the late game, I do wonder if they're going to be just unstoppable if they're able to get there. A quick replay, but we know how this one unfolds. This seems to be going the way of the Picardo fights that always happen on Miramar.
Yeah, and it's a weird one as well, because it's not exactly the most crazy compound to fight for either. It's not like it gives you huge tactical advantage, but they're desperate for it. It's the sort of thing you can kind of understand if you want to fight out for Rozok, if you want to fight out for Pachinki. But those 2 sets of compounds doesn't make a terrible amount of sense to me. And for BEŞİKTAŞ to lose it 3 times in a row, you'd expect tomorrow there to be a change. it's 3 matches, man. You know, it's half, 50% of your points that you can accrue on a day. And right now, Team Spirit are getting the better of them. I don't know what's going to take. What's it going to take for them to stop dropping there? I mean, for S2G, it took a full squad wipe with no frags backwards for them to be like, right, well, this is not worth it whatsoever, so we'll move off.
I feel
leave
like
this one alone.
I feel like the Knifer Limb might have just sort of spoken to them and said, "Oh well, if that didn't happen, then we probably would have been able to win that engagement. So let's try it again." So perhaps a little bit of a false confidence being afforded to them by that sort of a scenario, and they just gave it one more crack. And to be fair, if you're going to do it, you do it right at the start. So whilst I think it isn't maybe the greatest decision, I think in the long run, it might serve them well just to keep testing to see if they can actually do it. But I think the answer now is quite clearly a resounding no.
Yeah, I think when you're looking to, again, I think S2G as well as BEŞİKTAŞ make very poor judgment calls in terms of who they're hot dropping, right? I think Team Spirit, you're hot dropping Naomi, Effect, and also Naomi, Effect, and Nomi. I keep thinking I've said it already. They've just got such similar names. And those 3 players are historically some of the most clutch players in Europe. And even if you do get them down to 2 players, there is a high chance that they're able to turn it around, like we've seen several times there. Even some miraculous moments. That's made possible by those 3 players being that good at the game. Again, for S2G, I don't think they did enough research onto 3D Max. Again, 3D Max might not have had the most success in terms of that end game, but their early game with Robs on board, now Valo and Victor, Robs is just one of the most ridiculous early game fighters. You give him a shotgun and close spaces, he's likely to take down at least 2 of your members of the team. So I think both those teams are just the worst players to think about hot dropping. I think I could probably pick several teams that are far easier to hot drop inside this lobby. And that's not because I'm from EU, it's just I think most people who watch PUBG Mobile Esports a lot understand that yeah, they wouldn't. If you're a fan at home, I know that you wouldn't choose Robs to be a guy that you hot dropped. I know that you wouldn't choose Naomi, Nomi, and Effect to be players that you hot dropped because you guys are smart. And I don't think this is the smart move.
You choose Kitsune, obviously. That's the guy you hot drop.
I mean, if you took it in isolation and you forgot about all the other players on the team, I could understand why BEŞİKTAŞ hot dropped them.
They were like, oh, there's only one guy on that team, right? Oh, no, wait. We're all dead. There were 3 more. So it's an easy mistake to make, you know.
Yeah.
It certainly is, but we'll see if they can figure something out. Naomi sparring ghosts again. Seems like these garages are haunted.
I mean, it's a smart play, honestly, that one. You know, you lob off a couple of shots because you want them to seem like you're more than you are. You have to do it when you're 2 players. You have to let off some pop shots, you know, the desk pop. Otherwise, people are happy to just rush up on you. And for Team Spirit taking such an aggressive position on that south side, they have to have some kind of presence. They don't want teams thinking they're just 2 guys.
It's true. They just want that image. They want to bolster their presence, their impact mentally on the lobby at least. Falcons with the crossfire, not quite able to establish it quick enough to pick off an Onyx Raven. Not just yet. I will get on the vehicles and maybe look for another shot as well, but not really going to find too much success. Ralph moving up towards Power in the shelter opening, but an aid sent back from El Hadji. The guy's pinpoint with him. You got to be careful. Puts the pin back, however. The nades in through this door. They knew they were coming, and they will be able to time it just right. Ralph, though, wants to put one further down the staircase. That might be good, but El Hadji fades it completely. Nicely done.
That's some really nice bounces from Ralph as well. He understands the trajectories on these bad boys. But Power and El Hadji and Fadan just understand they just keep backing it up. And all they've done here is just waste the nades on side Enigma Galaxy. And they'll just hold it out down towards shelter for the time being. But Brute Force here passing by players of Heroic a little bit further down the hill this time.
Brute Force Picking the nade up. Around the side, wants to unleash it, but Zachariah has repositioned. Ragnarok as well, can't quite find Neos, but Zachariah and Neos very, very close by to each other. Quite close. The airburst there, not quite long enough on the cook to get it placed right. That one might be better, but not really going to do much more. There'll be a scary noise in the sky. They call them the lightning nades. You want a little bit more thunder to it.
Pre-pod on the side. Video for the lightning, but won't be able to ground Ragnarok on this side. Neos able to refrag on that one, and Heroic senses a bit of weakness. Look to step down on brute force, but Ragnarok gets put down in the process. Hassan desperately tries to hold off, but what an off angle from YDO.
Ado absolutely lighting them up on the sidelines, beautifully finding the flush as well. In the meantime, Zachariah moving out wide, but he finds the first with the DBS, gets the flush, finds two in one shot. Zachariah turns it back around, and now it is just the off angle Ado left standing. That will be swiftly dealt with, and that is brute force eliminated. Heroic going back and forth. Can S2G capitalize on a third party?
Wow. I mean, for Zachariah, that was really a hero play from Heroic. Able to get his buddy up as well in the process. Runs out to the wrong side. Immediately thinks better of it and switches back there. And S2G is not able to capitalize on the back of this fight. So not only important that Zachariah finished that one quickly for the safety of his teammate, but for the safety of his team too, because if that one took any longer, S2G might have been able to get into a better position where they would have been able to finish off the rest of Heroic. But happy days for them. They only lose one player off the back of that one. Ragnarok did such a good amount of work at the beginning of that one to hold them back.
S2G. With a roster like this, seeing them on 1 point overall is not what you'd expect. Not just yet. Certainly after 3 matches. Just one elimination, they could double their entire points tally.
Yeah, it's not ideal for the boys on S2G. But again, if we look at it this way, realistically, they've played 1 map so far. Both their angles have been absolutely horrendous versus 3D Max. So
that's true.
For S2G, this is probably one of their first real games that they'll be having. It's a real opportunity to show us what they can actually get done. Hamzy G in the front seat here.
Immediately going for the vehicle explosion, but maybe overexpending the ammo in the back pocket. CEO later on the 180. Cranking it out. I'm just going to go down to a tickle on the sidelines, leaving Kelsey alone. That is 4 points for S2G, though. They've managed to get all 4 of those eliminations. A brilliant turn-up, quintupling their points tally before this match. See if they can go a little bit further, or if they are going to be drawn short. No, Kelsey is away with it.
I think for Heroic, that's a really good response from them. They knew they were in the area. They waited for some shots and immediately moved down towards that south side, looked to pick up some eliminations. I think if you know the terrain there as well, very well, like Heroic do, who play in this spot, they know it's pretty open. And most of the hard cover is actually outside the blue right now. They do have to get a move on, but they have picked up a good amount of points from this game, just in terms of eliminations alone, up to 7 this match. Clearly the highest by far at the moment. NIGMA Galaxy towards the center once again. Now, we saw this last game. They weren't able to hold on to that position. They need a little bit more bite behind that bark. NIGMA Galaxy. There's only one Rottweiler on that team at the moment. It is Coot. I see a bit more danger from them.
Volt opens up the canister. Long range spray down with the thinner plate. Not too much in the back pocket. That's an AUG and a DP. Pretty powerful loadout coming through from Volt. Just needs to try and convert now on that power. But in comes footballist KAOS, rolling straight on up and into the fray. Hassan immediately down to the crash from the buggy. immediately flushed out as well. A nade from the deep will do wonders for the first, but is there much more than that? Because it's only Falconist who's gone down. Digital Athletics do have a sideswipe angle, but the smoke has bloomed, and I don't think Kelsey is going to be coming up anytime soon.
No, I mean, for S2G, had to move off this one now. Kelsey just sort of going for the living play. See how far he can get into this game. I mean, like you said, they've already really increased their points margin. Just this one match. Any more would be a bonus. 3D Max up towards that northwest side. You've got FLUX as well. Coming in, 16 points. It hasn't been a horrendous day for them, you know. Sometimes you don't have the greatest of days, so you just got to average things out. Just got to hope that this is an average and not some of their best days coming through from FLUX. So I think a lot of people had higher hopes for this team.
FLUX trying to move past Regnum Karyabra, and they will be able to do so successfully for now. They are only 2 players, so they can move a little bit quicker. 3D Max lighting up Moneymakers, who were in a pretty strong position on this western edge, but 3D Max, they're on the sweep right now. Rob's leading the charge with his signature DBS, and yeah, Moneymakers are just going to give up the ghost on those 2 players. Checking the rocks, nice and disciplined from Rob's there to make sure there's no players sneaking about close by. Koa steps out, but it's a little bit too dangerous to do so. Both ways not checked before he crossed that road, and it's another knock in the favor of 3D Max. Just 1 player left. Fisk trying to hold it from the high ground of the building there across the south side of the road. But Narvalo looking to stretch his legs out across there as well. Might just be able to run it down now. Straight on in. Can he hold the angle? Looks like he will get the first knock. He can do a little bit more. Might be an immediate flush there. A second one to go down as well for 3D Max. This is looking dangerous as he does finally fall. A spray from an off angle, but 3D Max lose Narvalo.
Yeah, I mean, Biss caused them problems last game as well, where I thought it was just over. So certainly a player that they can't really underestimate going forward. FLUX down. You just get absolutely run over by Regnum Kaya. Bra. Fantastic stuff. They lose a player, I believe.
Yes.
2 players on side. But at least they're able to keep going a little bit longer. Down to 1. Oof, painful.
Just Silas. And Silas, I mean, he's powerful, but holding that dip on your own can be really tricky. We'll see if 3D Max want to try and push over this direction. They're the team that's most likely to do so. NIGMA Galaxy as well. They are playing in the compounds on the northeast side of this next circle. The question is, when do they want to look to move? Because you've got a lot of angles looking out that way, but staying there too long is basically a death sentence, even if it's just scrappy teams around you.
The replay here from Heroic Zachariah. Did a great job keeping his team nice and healthy for as long as possible before they did eventually go down. 3D Max get themselves over towards a shack here, down towards the southern edge. Fairly central too. And NIGMA Galaxy just taking those pot shots off. I mean, they've been in such a strong position. They know it's pretty open ground around this area as well. So they're just trying to get a couple of those eliminations where they can. They know that if they play their cards right, this could be a good chicken dinner for themselves to sort of leapfrog their way up towards a first, second, or third place after dropping down just a little bit, as 3D Max has caught them up.
Victor, though, will go down, will get flushed as well. His power able to pick up that knock. 3D Max a little bit too split. The 2 forwards players, however, will be sequestered nice and safely for the time being. Victor getting taken down on the sidelines won't be pleasant, but it won't be the biggest blow to them that they could have suffered. Footballist KAOS playing on this east side, trying to push their way in, trying to find an opening, but it is really, really heavily overpopulated now on this eastern side of the final circles. It's going to be really tricky to find some maneuvering points. You're basically just going to have to pick a fight and commit.
Yeah, I think for 3D Max, they've already found themselves a good central position, right? This is a top 5 spot, in my opinion. And it's what you go for. I mean, they already know they picked themselves up 5 eliminations, the top 5 at this point of the day. They're keeping their averages up. They're keeping them clean. Storm and FLUX looking to wait things out. They've got eyes on Lufa. Want to go down here.
didn't quite have the team shots and immediately a response from Ralph. You challenged NIGMA Galaxy, you got to find out about it, but the AUG from Al-Haji, deadly to Ralph on that forwards wall, has the sideswipe angle there, the circle shift blank all the way out west, and all of a sudden Silas, he's looking pretty pleased with himself.
That's such an unfortunate spot for Ralph to go down, honestly. It's one of the positions where you would like him to be able to take pot shots back, but you don't exactly want him to be peeking his head out for too long. Whoa, Lufa. Okay. That was kind of an insane shot.
Immediate headshot with the M4 there to take Al-Haji off the top rope. And that's going to allow the res to go through, actually. So maybe not an immediate pickup against Power, but a brilliant benefit for NIGMA Galaxy. And the roll-up and the spray down is huge for Dan. Can he stand up to it? He does go down in the end. It's just Al-Haji now downstairs as Kairos puts the kosh on him. We'll be able to do the final deal. And it is for KAOS to be able to stay alive on the eastern side. With Power swept away, they have now got an opening. They had to find their way in, and they've been able to do so.
Okay, very nice. This works out for them wonderfully. Now to push off with 1 foot here to get some more done in the game. NIGMA Galaxy make their rotate outwards, but it's Silas with some incredible shots here. Peppering away, and there has to be a response and sometime soon, but Silas currently in a one-sided conversation. Finally, NIGMA Galaxy says farewell to him, but that was a lot more dangerous than it should have been.
That was unfortunate there. The roof of the vehicle just clipped his spray. I think if it didn't stop those bullets, they would have found their mark, got at least one more knock, and the hop out might not have been as efficacious as it was. But in come the nades now, because Digital Athletics have moved up and across the road from them. Can they find the trades? It's a bit of an interesting lob on that nade. Drops very, very short, but either way, they are pouring back from NIGMA Galaxy. An immediate answer. They just keep this bombardment going. Look at the number of nades just flying on in, just keep exploding, but somehow Digital Athletics are weathering this storm.
He's actually gone back for Lufa here. That's nice of him. They get 4 players, and I think if they get 4 players up there, fairly certain they can win this one out. Also, crazy to see a name like Lufa coming through from Reject, playing in Japan for all those years now, over towards NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, very, very rostered in NIGMA Galaxy at the moment. But Lufa was always one of the best players coming out from the Japanese region. To test himself here in the PMSL EMEA alongside with Coops.
Good to see the trades starting to come through, the exports from various strong regions, up-and-coming regions. Although I'm sure Japan are sorry to see him go. In the meantime, and we haven't talked about them for a little bit, Team Spirit, blank, Naomi and Nomi, both of them still alive. These guys just don't die, it seems. They just keep on going to the top 4, to the top 5, and make themselves a little bit of point profit in the process.
Yeah, honestly, it must be so frustrating being BEŞİKTAŞ and seeing this as well, where you do your best to shut them down every single game, and even though you think, look, they can't get too many more points from us off the back of that, they're still hitting these 4th places, 3rd places, 5th places, which is just more than enough for them to work things through. And I think for what could have been an absolutely disastrous day for Team Spirit, they certainly have the spirit within them, an indomitable spirit, let's say, to keep going.
Ooh, Kairos with the side swipe right onto the players from NIGMA Galaxy. I'm pretty sure they knew he was behind this crate, but they just drove up and did not give him the respect that obviously he deserved in this scenario. Pops that heal, and in comes Storm to try and get this refrag as well on the 4 position, and all of a sudden, the position 4 foot is expanded. They've got more pressure from this eastern side, and the power is severely diminished for NIGMA Galaxy on the north.
Yeah, going up to 11 eliminations right now. KAOS is doing awesome stuff. Good grenade. A fair bit of damage over towards them. And Naomi, not giving up. Just peppering away at them. Bit of general nuisance from the sidelines. Digital Athletics towards the center. Scarface drops a nice nade. Surprised I didn't take down Dokkan, but it's Some more shots might do the job. Kairos finally put down.
Another knock as well from the nades over towards Foot, KAOS, and they are now starting to flag, starting to fall off somewhat. The wind's no longer in their sails. There's Nomi keeping that pressure alive as well from that western edge. A nice ridge for Team Spirit to play on.
Yeah, the funny thing is that this is one of the best positions on the map. If they get a western shift on this one, Team Spirit just has so much they can do with this position, even with just the 2 players. Nomi's got that shack to play around with. And if you have to breach up over towards this ridge side, you need smokes, you need to get close, but it's such an open zone going up towards Team Spirit. See here, just the lip immediately as you pop up, they'll see you even while lying down. It's a really good spot for Team Spirit, and the circle still encompasses them slightly. Good shots from Falconist. Won't quite take out Naomi. It was an essential that he stayed up. That's frustrating for Naomi, I'm sure.
Realigned.
It's on him.
There it is. He was one shot the whole time, truly. We'll have to go for the reload, and now he's very, very low on the ammo here from the M4. Only 29 rounds in the chamber. Cannot afford to waste them. Gonna have to lean back on Naomi just a little bit for Team Spirit. But in the meantime, Digital Athletics, can they keep themselves together as 4? Can they start to pick off these duos one by one? Naomi on the off angle does get knocked, and Nomi unlikely to be able to get this one back up and does get flushed away.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, realistically right now, goodness me, that was clutch from Nomi. But then what they're trying to do is they're trying to push themselves to a 2nd place, right? The more that they can take out just some of these scrap kills, these scrap eliminations on the sidelines, the more likely it is that Digital Athletic is able to finish off some of these teams. And I think that it's a smart play from Team Spirit. They made themselves way more known to these other teams than they perhaps should have done if they were going for a chicken dinner. But the fact that they're just trying to take pot shots, just trying to do damage here to attempt to force an engagement to get 2nd place, I can understand that. Even if they go out in 4th right now, they've still done a good job. They've got themselves some good elimination points in this game.
Digital Athletics with a lot of control right now. They had a couple of nades. Nomi making a break for it. NIGMA Galaxy want the challenge, but he's got no ammo, remember, on this crossing. It is going to be purely duck and cover, but it's not even going to be that. As Coops puts the nade over to Nomi. 3 teams now remain. Digital Athletics, raid boss in the middle right now. As Coops and Lord try and duke it on out with Storm for this off angle. They are closer to the middle, which allows them up into this ridge. A nice bit of smoke cover allows them to play off here, and the dinner plate starts to go on through, but Lord is down and his teammate is out of it for the time being. Are there any nades left in the back pocket for Digital Athletics? They've been bombarding for a while. Their attention's turned. The DP opens up. Yekta's the 3rd to fall. Coops is lighting up the sideline. Storm is still there in the meantime. You've got to remember him, but Coops is on the wall. He wants even more. He turns his attention out left, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Digital Athletics have had it all snatched away. He's got a nade in hand, and can there be any sort of retribution for Digital Athletics? Oh, he crosses the road. He steps up, and it's Coops for NIGMA Galaxy to take it all the way back. The best export from NA we've ever seen. He's here to play.
Coops, the galactic hoop, wraps around these players and absolutely squeezes them. What a gamer. What was that? A 1v4 into an isolated 1v1 to finish off the rest of Digital Athletics? What were Digital Athletics doing?
They all just
Yeah,
looked at
sure, they
Storm.
took down Lord, but goodness me.
They were like, oh, we dealt with that team now. Let's all look the same direction and not at the guy who's opening up with the DP. I mean, a big misplay there from Digital Athletics allows Coops the leash to just completely wrap it around their neck and yank it tight. What a way to close that map down.
Yeah, it's a classic case of you underestimated Mr. Hoops. Mr. Coops, and he took you down at the end of the day. It's frustrating. It must be really frustrating for Digital Athletics because they had that game in the bag for such a long time. But what a spray down there from Coops. So many amazing plays today, John.
It's been really, really impressive. Coops, I mean, with that damage, with those limbs in that match, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on the top of the tables for the overall today. And yeah, great turn up for NIGMA Galaxy. A lot of points as well. I think they had quite a few eliminations from that match, so great to add that one to the tally. A late survival match as well from Team Spirit puts them up into third place. Look at that. FUT KAOS Esports as well, keeping this pressure going with 20 points for both first and second place.
Yeah. Point each. And I mean, for Team Spirit, 10 points for that game. I think they're very happy with this one. I mean, they've had such a dastardly day. Regardless, still putting up points here and there. But yeah, for FUT KAOS, very much a needed game. For NIGMA Galaxy, this is the game we've been waiting for. So it's a lot of questions answered all at once. There's just Athletics really dropping the ball there. There should have been a win in the bag. But just disregarding your boy Coops is such a big mistake. And this is the thing, is there's so many players here now in PMSL EMEA where you just cannot disregard a single player. But 1v4s are 100% possible.
That was an incredible display of skill from Coops to be able to play off of that. He moved forwards. I don't think they expected him to be as far forwards as maybe he was. There was some miscommunication there. It just wasn't in the bag. And they let it slip. They let it slip away from them.
I mean, it's just one of those things where it's quite a long time since we've started to see the mechanical skills of players really just outdo tactical advantages, because tactics have evolved so much throughout PUBG Mobile's lifespan, and I think it is now time for mechanics to sort of catch up. And Coops is one of those players where, at the end of the day, tactics really do have a bottleneck of how far they can take you. You do have to have those mechanics and the alacrity. Where he took down 3 players in the matter of seconds, John. Yeah, I don't know, man. That is a very scary prospect for a lot of those teams out there who have to come up against NIGMA Galaxy in the future.
Absolutely. Some really standout solo players coming through as we take a look at the head-to-heads. I believe this is for every game on today's matches. NIGMA Galaxy out-damaging Regnum Kaya Bra Esports as well so far with that last match. 1.3k damage, I think it was, from Coops, and going basically toe-to-toe on a limbs and knocks as well. But yeah, that damage gap is pretty huge, obviously padded by that ending for NIGMA Galaxy, but this is the tournament leaders right now from Regnum Kaya, so it's really impressive for these numbers to be on the table.
Yeah, it's very much an interesting bit of information to pick up there, and I think for NIGMA Galaxy, everything's starting to come into place here, John.
Absolutely. They will have a lot to think about for that match as they went into that final circle, probably thinking, oh, we'll just try and get whatever we can. And they come up smelling a rose as a beautiful chicken dinner on a final angle of the day. But we've still got more to come. Don't go anywhere. things really heating up on Erangel, but we are going to, well, I'm not going to say cool off because we are going to be heading to Miramar next. So it's going to be a little bit more boiling temperatures on the sands than that. So we'll see what we've got in store. But some excellent games nonetheless that we've seen so far. What a shutdown on that match from Coops, going in for that 1 versus 4 against Digital Athletics, and some great control play from Regnum Kaya Bra before that.
Yeah, it's really silly, honestly, overall, John, in terms of the play that we've seen coming through from the boys over on NIGMA Galaxy, Regnum Kaya Bra today. I'm sure we'll see different teams tomorrow. I don't expect it. We'll keep seeing the same teams at the top. I'm sure everyone's very hungry. If Team Spirit can start to have 4 players on side, maybe they'll start doing well too. But again, that remains to be seen. Maybe that is just a characteristic of them, which they need to move away from, losing players early. Because I remember back when some of those boys played on Major Pride, that was definitely something that plagued them for a long time, which was losing members early on. This time, I can't really say it's too much their fault, considering they are being hot dropped on. But there lies a little lesson in there for them. So we will see how that continues to play out. Whole different set of drops here. I was going to say hot drops, but I'm sure we will see some as well. Whole different set of drops coming up on your screen here on Miramar. We'll see how some of these players do handle that. And it looks like we're getting into game straight away this time around.
Yeah, we are going to be locking and loading. Tournament leaders right now on your screen. Regnum Kaya Bra putting the numbers up so far. Kitsune, not the most illustrious of starts to his day, but still smiling, still going on. That's what we love.
I would be too. I've been carrying a little basket at the front of the bicycle, straight to the top of the leaderboard. Happy days.
Absolutely. It's just a nice feeling, you know. You're like, you guys got this? I'm going to have a cup of tea.
Put a brew up on the table. No, Kitsune, get those feet off the table right now.
Exactly. Flame path down from the south side as he shuffles his feet off of that work surface up to Torre Ahumada in the northeast side. A little bit inaccessible to La Cobreria on the northwest, but could be achieved still with a nice early drop and maybe a vehicle run up that western edge.
Yeah, man. I mean, coming straight into this one, seeing a lot of players dropping out fairly early here. 3D Max dropping out halfway across. Twisted Minds, sort of quiet was this latter half of the day now. I like to see them get a little bit louder in these games. Not really showing themselves up to be too strong here. We do have TDMs coming up tomorrow. A little bit of a bonus reward for the MVP at the end of the day. The MVP will be able to select another team for their team to go up against in a TDM match, which will be played, I think, after match 3 tomorrow. And there will be money on the line for that one. So not only do you get bragging rights for being the coolest and best player in the Super League, you do also get to bully someone tomorrow.
Absolutely. You just pick out who did the worst today, and then you choose them. I mean, I feel like that's what I'd do if I was. I mean,
you might have beef with another team. Who knows?
That's true. That's true.
What goes down. We'll see what happens. Coops, like you said, now firmly in first place after that one. I mean, why not? I mean, 1,300 damage. It's a surprise that Al-Haji's even able to keep up, to be honest with you. I think that's the more impressive part about that one.
Same story
So
on the knockouts.
Shift over towards that northwest. With S2G, 3D Max, very close together, but not as close as when they were in Yasnaya.
Not quite. No Picardo fights, which I'm quite happy about. I hope that stays the same tomorrow when we get our new group shuffle, when we see Group B for the first time over on Miramar. Someone's close by. Who's that? Is that 3D Max taking shots? I think it might be. Uh-oh, S2G. They just can't get away from it. They have to keep arguing. There's no peace for these two. CEO later picking up the SKS in close range and actually doing some pretty dastardly work there and swapping it out, trying to get away from this one, but picks up a helmet on his retreat. CEO later keeps the pressure through, but will not be enough as 3D Max were quicker on the backup, and they will be able to take that one down fairly easily. Another cap off to the S2G failure, really, to respond to 3D Max's presence.
Yeah, that's a bit mean, actually, in my opinion.
Well,
Oh, lads.
yeah.
Struggling. Very much struggling versus 3D Max with S2G. I think that also Robs was fairly angered because as CEO later popped those shots off with the barrel and hit him with the doot. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but either way, it would have infuriated me as much as it infuriated Robs as he stampeded up those stairs to deal with him.
He activated one of his shoulders there. You saw it.
Yeah, just the one.
That's all he needed. It's light work for Robs. You put him in a corner, you're going to get charged down. It's going to be tough, but it's going to happen. Western Circle, Brute Force currently the only team kind of quite central, with S2G maybe a close second, but they've already lost a player, so a little bit less presence.
Yeah, I think for S2G, there's still a chance here. I can get some more points on the board, but losing CEO later, I think at this point of the day, you're more thinking about the fact that the morale is not going to be great on S2G side. It's a massive fall from grace from this team as well. There's a lot of pressure for them to perform very well, and I think for Silas, that pressure was paramount last year, and I certainly think it affected him a lot. He was very emotional during some of these tournaments, especially during PMGC where they weren't able to take it home. And I think it's done him a world of good to move over towards Regnum Bra eSports. He's able to just play with a little less pressure on his back because they were thrust into one of the greatest positions of all time, right? You know, you're able to remove that streak from Nova.
Yeah.
And take it over towards that western side of the world for a little while, considering that, you know, SEA, China has dominated the esports for such a long time. And it's still a lot of pressure, man. It weighs on you.
And not only that, to be defending that title in your home country last year.
Oof, yeah.
That must have been quite an honor, but it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure to feel.
You feel bad for him in a way, honestly. You really, really do. And I don't think they had what it took at that moment to hold on to it. It is just super unfortunate this seems to be continuing. And I would go ahead and say, you know, Silas made the right choice. It's the right choice for him emotionally and professionally. So good on him.
When those marry up, it's pretty great, really, when it all works out like that for you. But hopefully they can keep this ball rolling. At the moment, obviously, sat at the top, Regnum Bra eSports on those 51 points. You see that on the right-hand side of your screen. NIGMA Galaxy, after that charge down in the final game, in the final circles of the last game, really managed to obviously put a lot of points on the board, overtaking Team Spirit in third place. Cut it off net right now. RCB, NIGMA Galaxy, Team Spirit, 3D Max, they would be going through to PMWC. Well, I suppose not technically. They'd be going through to the finals, right? For their chance to go through to PMWC. I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but my point is top 4 go to PMWC. And that is what these teams are going to be looking to do. Obviously, like we spoke about, Silas wants that second chance to take the throne once more for a team from the Türkiye region. Players like Kitsune want their chance to prove themselves as well, yet again, at that top level, whereas right now, it's not really showing that he has that sort of prowess.
Absolutely. And looking at the tables, it's a pretty even spread heading down tables at the moment, right? I think it's really only Regnum Bra who's a huge amount of points ahead of anyone else. Team Spirit's a little bit of a drop-off down towards 3D Max. 2 points. Again, we have to remember we only played Sandhawk and Erangel. Some teams absolutely excel when it comes to Miramar. So we'll have to see if there's any one team like that. Again, you'd hope to do very, very well on each and every map, but Miramar is played so much, and because these fights do end up getting to the point where there's a huge amount of teams all clumped together towards that final zone. And usually it's one or two teams that are absolutely dominating. Because it's played less, it doesn't really matter as much, because that one team that does very well on Miramar can typically get a huge amount of elimination points on Miramar, because they're just so much more readily available on this map in that end game, as opposed to Erangel, where you get a lot of isolated fights as the game goes on. Miramar typically is this massive problem area towards those last 10 minutes of the match. So again, I'll be pleased to see some more of that happening. I think we got zip lines in now as well.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
I just want to talk about this area of the map a little bit, because this is that high ground area. You can see Neos right now for Brute Force playing on the top of that really, really tall peak mountain there. We saw that a lot from the Gladiators position that they used to play. They'd moved down. I'm also taking a look at where FUT KAOS are going to be moving on this northeast side from Crater Fields. If they can push up and into those mountains that sit to the northeast of it, they can have a lot of control, a lot of opportunity to rotate as well into these later matches, into the late stages of this match. But every single team and their mother is moving on into the middle of this one.
Yeah, immediately. You don't want to be waiting around teams to catch up on you and cut off your rotations as you move through. FLUX here, they've got Lux up top. Calci takes a dive as Solke is able to hit some shots here, and S2G is just crumbling away, disintegrating on the laser beam coming through from FLUX. They can still turn it round, but it's looking more and more unlikely here.
Digital Athletics in the meantime trying to get a little bit of retribution for that last match. Clashing with NIGMA Galaxy, a swing around, and Lux gets Hamzy G down to the floor there. FLUX stay up as 4, and another S2G player falls. RayZ now the last to try and give them something of a hope into this match, but being this close to danger against 4 players from FLUX, I just don't see it happening.
This is the first time we've seen FLUX actually looking a bit more on form as well in terms of their push here over towards S2G. Just RayZ left remaining. And FLUX has been typically a team that does extremely well here on Miramar. Playzone will take down one of the players there from Digital Athletics as they get crunched in, whilst they still battle off against NIGMA Galaxy, who have lost 2 players, but finally find a little bit of revenge there over towards Digital Athletics.
It is Coops and Lord out on the western side as well. FLUX, they find Calci. That's for the flush. Just RayZ still remaining in the meantime. This battle out to the west, I mean, it is a rerun of the last match. It was Coops and Lord, I believe, in those final circles. Lord went down a little bit earlier and Coops was able to claim the victory, but Digital Athletics having flashbacks now. They just want to extricate themselves if they can, get away from this fight.
Lord, Silas actually taking some pot shots in here from a great position from up on high. I mean, this is one of the spots you'd like to take early on in the game as well with a circle like this. Beautiful stuff here. They have lost 2 players, potentially a couple more pot shots, and any team they can hamper, hinder, injure down towards underneath them on that mountain is really important. BEŞİKTAŞ not able to hold up in close quarters combat, it seems. 0 elims. Horrid day for them so far.
RayZ finally goes down to FLUX, but Solke has been taken out in the meantime. S2G eliminated once more. 0 points on the game, so they are up on 8 only. Solus will need a res, but FLUX should be able to stay on as 3. Heroic claiming that compound that we saw earlier against BEŞİKTAŞ is really, really solid for them. They're under the watchful eyes of Brute Force up on the high ground to their west, under the purview of Silas and Kiss from the east on RCB. So they might be a little bit safer for the time being. Onyx Ravens going back and forth, and Ali's on the 180 swivels. Nicely done there, handling business against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We'll deal with them pretty handedly. Team Spirit, all 4 players still alive here. Interesting, is what I asked for. Again, not the map that I thought they'd do it on, because team has pretty good success over towards Erangel. But a little bit more space to play in, not as claustrophobic.
Coops is still going.
Yeah, I'm surprised he is, but respect. You just cannot leave him alive. It's not a case of, right, it's just one player, let's get a move on, let's get out of here. He will fight to the bitter end.
He's going to get the point onto Scarface as well. I mean, he's quite removed now at this stage on the southwest side out in the blue. Will need to get a shift on. You can see his health bar is not looking very good right now, but might be able to find a first aid or two on the body or a bandage or something to tide him over and get in there a little bit later. In the meantime, though, further in on that southwest side, Moneymakers behind Team Spirit, who are playing on that southeast side of the field that sits to the southeast of El Pozo. And they have got a little bit of cover to play around those warehouses as well.
Onyx Ravens pushing in from that northeast edge, looking to move down towards 3D Max's position. A difficult rotate for Onyx Ravens. At least one or two of them should make it through. They will be under the purview of quite a few teams here. Again, a difficult spot on the map. I think everyone knows this position very, very well. The fielded area, pretty grim to play in, but right now Brute Force have some very nice landmass to play around with. They get center. They should control all of that hillside. Team Spirit pleased with their position towards this barn on the south side. You know, they would require a couple of southern shifts to make it super worth their time, but this will keep them safe for a long, long while. There's not a lot of teams that will want to be rotating past that field. Oof, that's a death trap right there for Onyx Ravens.
Ooh, that nade. Sure, they dodged that one, but you got to think the next one's going to find something. It's going to be dangerous, but they have got a little bit of back pressure over towards Power. With a knock, 2 knocks actually sent out their way. It's going to take a little bit of time to get this one through. Silas, yeah, 2 players from RCB still in action. Silas and Kiss. Silas on the high ground, trying to leverage those sightlines, but it's really, really dangerous to play like this. He's getting really bold with it. If he goes down, it's basically GG. Kiss just can't get him back up. Coops finally goes out on the southwest side to the Moneymakers. So no longer a thorn in the side.
When he got into the
of Digital Athletics. Pretty crazy. Heroic are actually having their position taken away from them. 3D Max, they've got Robs and Victor. Pretty terrifying duo to come across in the wild. I'll have to share it now. Neighbours.
Yeah, not much they can do about that. I mean, it's more on the space to work with. I think realistically for both Heroic and 3D Max, the real problem is Brute Force up top. Silas getting the 2 knocks over towards Power was kind of incredible, though. Like you said, running low on supplies now, though, a bit too bold. And Power has this number. There's not really many other places you can move from on that spot. So pre-firing it whilst the rotation goes through, very easy to do. Kissu is just not available to support, and he's in La La Land, to be honest with you.
Don't know what that was about. I mean, he's not going to have a good time there. Getting pressured back. Silas, I think he took a little bit of damage there. Will go down to Falcons, and that is RCB out of the running for the first Miramar. Falcons trying to fend off FLUX as they're on the southeast side with a little slice of safety, but it's getting a little bit more dangerous as time goes on. A nice down shot to get the trade, but losing their player on the outside there, not ideal. They can crawl back in, they can go for this res, and they have a little bit of time to do it. Damar might just be safe for now.
Made that. I think that was super well placed, but I understood the idea behind it. I get outside. Ketch does have a sight line over towards him. On the bottom of my screen, we've got the fight coming through from Moneymakers on towards Team Spirit. I think that's 3 players down from Team Spirit. 1v2 currently. A good nade. And somehow he's alive. But a great insert there from Moneymakers, removing Team Spirit in what was a very strong position. That realistically should not happen there, John.
With our top 3 now down, it's a chance for 3D Max to close that gap. They've got 2 eliminations. They're in a decent central spot, but they're only on 2 players now. Team Spirit, 1 point. NIGMA Galaxy, 2. RCB, 2. It's not looking good for them on this match, but what can be done? There is the chase on as well from a couple of teams further down. But look at the control that Brute Force have. They're Omega high ground right now is just playing so well from them. And that's another shift towards that location. How long can they hold this split, though? That's the big question here. Once Foot turn their attention and have the freedom to go for this push down south, Ado might be in danger. Freezer as well on that point needs to be on the ball to be able to suspend that on the push. We need to see that presence being felt up north.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, I don't think anyone's going to be really challenging them for quite some time. Everyone's got problems of their own to deal with. 3D Max takes down the final player there from FLUX. Catch goes down. In comes Power. Just sent straight on through. Kante lagging behind just a little bit, and I think it was a bit of a wild decision to continue on that path, but is able to refrag some of his teammates. Satan just inside this warehouse, will have to move out, but has relative cover to work with.
Kante clips an ankle, but won't slow him down too much. That should be healed up, ticked back by the stims on the bar. 2 players for Power now, so they look to regroup. A lot of teams losing players in this valley between those 2 high grounds. As we take a replay, this is the Spirit engagement with Moneymakers. Bisk just going to town here. Some off angles as well, and Naomi the last to fall. Moneymakers just impressing me time and time again today. Really, really happy with their showing. See if they can continue. Satan going down out in the open. Ali for the Onyx Ravens. Get the shot from the high ground and just about try to call to cover, but won't be allowed to do so.
Yeah, it's an incredibly hard push from this eastern side. Like, you're moving out into what you know is dominated territory on the high ground. It's realistically the best of a bad decision you have to make. Head towards this spot. Hopefully fight through the teams that are still in this location. But yeah, you just try and get as far as possible. As many eliminations off the back of it as possible. Falcons getting 6 elims here, I think is not a bad showing overall for them. Brute Force has just been given the pick of the litter here up towards that top side. Freezer, though, a lot on his plate at the moment. And is not able to finish it all.
This is what I was worried about. As the sirens go off outside my window, is Footballist pushing in from the north and them not being ready to respond with the pressure back up to that top side. They now have left an opening. This is a chance for Footballist, and Prepod's too high up to get any real say towards that push. He didn't have the crossfire back up, and Ado wasn't quite there either. They'll know they're there, but not much more than that.
Yeah, there's certainly shots that he can be taking right now, but I think he's just saving ammo. You can see here only 52 bullets left in the backpack. Not really worth it. YDO does find at least one. He tries to follow up on it. The magic feet down there from Ali. Not able to hit the butterfly.
And Ado goes down as well. This is the split that just stayed too long for Brute Force. It is so tempting to stay for splits like this, but it's coming back to bite them now. When you're playing up on these high grounds, like you say, there was an ammo shortage. You also have to play very timidly in a lot of these scenarios because you know you basically can never get res in these scenarios. As we've seen with Ado, if Prepod went down, there's no way that Neos would be able to go over there and get him back up. So you have to play a lot more reserved and you can't go for any real aggressive peaks. So it's tempting to stay on this sort of angle, but you need to be regrouping and potentially taking a foothold down underneath this high ground.
Yeah, or even just like sending up topside, right? I think they were worried maybe they get shot at, but I think there was a moment earlier where this seemed like a position where you could have confidently just sent all 4 players up on towards the top. And they had a lot of time to try and get that ammo on board before they made that play. So Brute Force, a little bit of parkour. All right. Okay. That was required on that top side of the mountain a little bit sooner. Good nade there from Hassan off the top of the ceiling. Bit of a bouncer.
Another one over the top, but 3D Max go down as well. So now can Brute Force do more with this match to try and catch up, make the difference in the overall standings. Onyx Ravens, good to see them starting to have an impact on these lobbies. Lath getting rezzed there by Vigors. Heroic try and roll up onto the angle. They've managed to pull out the res. Vigors goes for the spray strafe out wide. Volt with the weapon swap looks to crest the ridge. His teammate not going to be there to back him up. Volt just getting these flushes. The high ground, sure, from Brute Force, can see this, but they can't really afford to go for these shots. So that's exactly the punishment you'd get for isolating yourself in the ivory tower up top.
Yeah, right now, they sort of have to secure themselves at a third place at least to Brute Force. Otherwise, this Gambit's just not been worth it whatsoever. Power, surprisingly, did make that crossing underneath all that confusion that was happening towards the mid side of that game. Kante's been able to get himself up towards south side. There's really moneymakers right now who are the biggest threat on the map, I would say. They've got a huge amount of supplies to work with, considering they were able to fully team wipe Team Spirit down towards that southern edge. Good shot from Hidan. Managed to get himself nice and tucked away here around Kante, who's providing him a little bit of covering fire towards Brute Force. A lot of trust here between these two teammates.
Neos trying to reposition. Prepod's still alive for the time being. Moneymakers, they know there's a player up there. They're waiting for these peaks. You can see it. Neos doesn't want to step too close to the edge there. Don't need to overextend. You want to have control on this inside, this saddle between the two high grounds that they currently sit on.
I sort of like the Digital Athletics play here, which is to just stay out of it for as long as possible. Because they're on that over towards that western side, they don't really have too much of a big option to fly across towards the east. They understand there's a lot of commotion over towards this eastern side, so players are mostly preoccupied down that way. So for Digital Athletics, they can sort of live this game out for as long as possible, circle provided, and that will do it for them. That is really, really good stuff.
Yeah.
They made a bit of a gamble, and the gamble's paid off here. But it's the best that they could have done. Rather than just trying to send it crazily towards the center.
Moneymakers as well on the south side with the better edge over Neos, who is going to have to reposition off of this high ground. He has to descend, and with 3 players from Moneymakers right underneath him, it's going to be very, very tough to make this one work. See the circle timer starting to close at the top of your screens. He has to make the move. Where does he go, though? There's a lot of safety to be found here. Moneymakers are going to hear this rotation. Shuffles it around. You can go down backwards, not a problem. Hops back in. He's going to go over the ridge. Is he going to try and take them on? No, he's just moving to the next high ground. He's waiting. Okay. A step-by-step progress.
Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable, but in that moment where he's rotating, I think Moneymakers have decided this is a good opportunity to try and sneak up on him. Neo's realized he has to move further forward. Potentially understanding that he's going to have to make a quick move soon, calling most likely towards his teammate. Prepod on the other side of this mountain. He's going to need some help soon.
Neo's losing the buggy as well. Not ideal. Look at that. Moneymakers now over-investing on the position. I mean, I guess they didn't hear the vehicle fall down, so you don't expect him to be fallen a little bit lower on. See if they can clock on soon enough. Heroic, in the meantime, now looking to take on Power. Fidan, though, spotted by Neos. He's still on the swivel. He might have lost a lot of his team. He might not be in the best of positions, but he's still there. He's still ready to fight. Brute Force looking to clamber up those tables.
Yeah, and there's another player down here as well. Take some quick shots. I mean, that was a very bold peek from him. Entire body over the top side, but Hassan, the Blues working against him. No real opportunity to go down there and grab some supplies. Well, Neo's really working with nothing right now. He's got a couple of bandies, but that's about it. Brute Force have somewhat salvaged this game, despite such a terrible start to it.
Storm dancing through the rain of bullets there. And Moneymakers continue to put pressure on from the south side. Digital Athletics making their move now. Nico moving a little bit further south. Coldex wanting to do the same, but is being backed off by Moneymakers, who are going to have to move in turn. But it looks like Coldex is closer to the edge of this one. And we'll need to move slightly earlier and into more dangerous ground.
Very stilted game here. Gonna go all the way the distance to zone 9. quite a few teams, 4 teams still alive in this one. Quite a few players as well is surprising, and it's sort of what this terrain does afford you. Like a machine, it will take down Cold X. FLUX KAOS maintained their ferocity within this match, despite being on the bottom of the mountain. It all started from brute force, really leaving themselves too open. FLUX to just get themselves nice position to play from, actually. Moneymakers, though, been through the washing machine here, tumbled about all over the place here on Miramar. It's still going.
3 players on the side. We saw Neos go down, pre-pod now, left alone. Will survive up to top 4, though, and most likely top 3 with Nico so close to death and to the edge of the blue zone as well. It's just going to tickle his ankles. Falconist getting pushed back off this ridgeline as Moneymakers skirt their way around the high ground. Prepod launching a nade downhill towards Havlik, but it bounces out, and it's not going to do anything out there, unfortunately. The Molotovs might force something to happen, but Digital Athletics finally fall. 3 teams remaining. Nades being sent over towards FUT as well. He doesn't have a vehicle, I believe. He might be able to make a miracle play, but no, so he is just going to drop down to his demise. He did, you're right. Goodness me. All right. And took his elimination point out as well.
Yeah, he might actually be able to, this might have opened things up now for Moneymakers. 2 players here. High ground removed. Storm running out in the open, and Icy can't believe his eyes. Free elimination for him here.
I'll take that one. Thank you very much. Now, can Falconist get res by Dokkan Machine? Storm getting flushed away by Icy on the high ground. Moneymakers looking to put themselves back as 3. Bisq does get back to his feet now as Icy leads the charge on the high ground. Has a nade. Getting cooked right now. Dokkan Machine wanting to suppress them, but there goes the nade. Looks good on the forwards, but Dokkan Machine tucks away, and the nade isn't quite long enough on the cook. Icy suppressing that corner as well with that fire, making sure that Dokkan Machine cannot push into this location. In the meantime, Falconist has been healed on up. The nades come through, but there was a flashbang towards the back line. Another nade, another Molotov to slow anything that FLUX KAOS might have thought to do. Icy over the top, looks for the spray, and it's beautiful. 1-2 punch. Dokkan Machine has nothing that he can do, and it will be the Moneymakers to take home the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's wonderfully set up there as well. And honestly, the utility that they held on to, by design, right? Holding on to those Molotovs, understanding it's going to come to a point where you're on the cliff face. Eventually, they're going to have to push through to you. So they use those Molotovs, they save those Molotovs to push FLUX KAOS into that position where they're stuck with their back against the blue. We saw how terrible it was for Hassan on Heroic versus Neos from Brute Force there, and you see it's the exact same situation when it's team versus team. But for Moneymakers, what a game from them, all the way down from that southwest side. They battle through Team Spirit in a really strong position, which realistically they should not have lost from. And it's Bisq once again, really clutch player here on this team for Moneymakers. Very, very good with the DBS. But again, it's that teamwork at the end that really impresses me the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great stuff coming through. When they get in the groove, it looks like the Moneymakers are certainly a force to be reckoned with. We saw a similar control style on the first Erangel, I believe, of today, coming up against Regnum Kaya Bravo. They just fell a little bit short in that encampment that they were able to find themselves in. But they still got a really great chunk of points on that match. This time around as well, they excel. 19 points on the game, which will be 8 points above Heroic and 9 points above Moneymakers. Those top positions as well, they could be looking to throw themselves up towards those as well. With a game like that, Brute Force with 10 points as well, looking to try and close that gap.
Yeah, this does even things out a lot towards the middle of the tables, which I think a lot of these teams are very happy to see. You know, ending your first day before you get sent out as a group. It's nice to get yourself into a decent position. It doesn't really feel like anyone's pulling ahead too quickly. I think Regnum Kaya Bra Esports is still looking very, very nice with it at the moment in terms of their ability. Even though at Miramar, I think Silas was just doing a really good job. Some great pot shots from up on high. But it's not the same faces we're seeing here on Miramar that we see over towards Erangel, who were doing well. But again, this is definitely an opportunity for some other teams potentially with another strong game at the end of the day. Even moneymakers have a very, very good chance to get in towards that top 3 if they continue like this.
Absolutely. And of course, there's always that top spot up for grabs where you can challenge one of the opposing teams to that TDM to be played tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see who's able to claim that title because we still got one more map to go, Blank. Brute Force, you can see them rattling off those shots from the high ground, but not really being super strong on the conversions. That was Moneymaker's mantle to bear, as they will be able to nearly equal that damage total and pop a couple more elims on the board, which is going to be very, very healthy for their overall tally. A great result coming through for the Moneymakers. Power and Heroic as well, putting some decent chunks out as around that area. With the way that the terrain fell in that final moment, it was really, really strong stuff for them. This is the overall rankings, Blank. You can see that Regnum Kaya Brat still at the top, but who's that in third place? It's the Moneymakers.
Yeah, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect them to be in third place so quickly. 42 points here. Team Spirit just 1 point behind. So not only did they knock them out of that last game, they've also knocked them off the podium too. So really, really good stuff. Brute Force, also another team that I'm surprised to see here in 5th place with 37 points currently. It is a very interesting table at the moment. I think it's one that we'll see illuminated a lot clearer towards the end of this week. But either way, what a kickoff first day for us. But it's not finished yet. We still have one more Miramar to go.
Certainly do. We still got one more desert to make our way through. Are we going to see a similar story? Are S2G going to be able to find their feet? That's kind of the question that I do want answered. It felt like maybe we were getting that on the Erangel where they were able to survive a little bit later, but this map, yet again, it feels like they're falling short, and Silas jumping ship makes more and more sense as time goes on. We'll see if they can plug the holes and stop that one sinking in the next Miramar after the break.
FLUX, very controversial team.
Money makers.
Bro, for me, they'll be here, bro. They'll be here.
They play pretty good, but like they choke always the final.
Hello, I'm Coops.
Hello, I'm Lufa, and we're going to do power rankings.
Hello, it's Noix from 3D Max, and I'm with Robs today for our power ranking.
Hello everyone, I'm Icy,
Hello everyone, I'm KAOS77.
and today we invite you to watch our power rankings for PMSL EMEA.
How about digital athletics? See this? See this?
Money makers.
Best team.
Yep,
Easy.
I think Top Guns for sure.
Moneymaker is a team that can be all the way on top or all the way down.
Navi. Navi.
Navi.
It's full Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, but they have Becca now.
Yeah, they have Beka.
No space in Dark Horses.
Bro, put them.
Let's put them.
Dark horses as well. I don't know, sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. Oh my
Good force.
Put them on the bottom. No, put them right inside.
Stuji.
Our main rival.
Yeah, Revival.
SOG actually it's the best team of Turkey if we talk about result.
Yeah.
So for me it's gonna be equal with FLUX.
I put them as Top Guns because
Guns, yeah.
their history is pretty good.
I don't know if it's this or this.
I think this is OXR.
Bro, this is Dark Horse, bro.
Put them as new challengers.
3D Max, they're very good team.
Yeah, I'll put them Top Guns as well.
Yep.
I mean we have good gun skill,
Yeah.
but
I think I will put Hero, you know. I have NIGMA Galaxy. I don't know, they have a new player, so I don't know really how they play.
they don't have Freak too.
Yeah, too. So I will put they in maybe Dark Horse.
I really don't know where to put them.
Dark Horses maybe.
It's full already, bro.
Nah, no need to choose this, bro. We're gonna put it here. These are power rankings.
I think we have good ranking.
This is our power ranking for PMSL EMEA.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I would
watching.
like to invite you guys to come watch us tomorrow
And support
and
us.
support. And thank you all.
See you, peace out.
See you.
Five matches down, only one to go today. We've got another Miramar coming up shortly. We've had quite the mix of games today. I think we've been treated to a great kickoff to the season, the first inaugural season of the PMSL EMEA, and it's been a blast so far. I'm hoping it's going to continue in that vein over the next few weeks, because that is going to be one hell of a tournament.
Yeah, just plenty of explosions all over the place. That's all I want to see. Please, no. No!
Oh no, don't take the headsets off. Come on, guys.
No, I don't like it when you take the headsets off. It makes me feel like there will be a rehost. Thank you.
False
Put
alarm.
that back on.
Tangled cable. It was just a tangled cable.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, indeed. I think we were getting a nice little close shot of the hand warmers earlier, the mythical hand warmers. I hear that they are 200 degrees Celsius in the studio. You can't hold them for very long.
They're like currency. You trade them for goods and services.
Please don't hot drop on me. I will give you one hand warmer.
I don't think that's allowed, but maybe a can of Monster. How many hand warmers for that? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what the exchange rate is on that PUBG Mobile Super League trophy.
Like that trophy, man.
It is. Yeah. It's looking pretty clean. It's looking pretty clean.
I mean, it'd have to. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm not in Katowice. I would steal the trophy. And what is really stealing the day here as well is the GT20 Pro proudly sponsoring our little tournament here. And I say little, I mean super tournament here at the PMSL EMEA. Thank you very much to them. And we head into our final match of the day here, John.
Absolutely. Ready to get underway. Live and kicking with it. Group B not in the mix today so far. And a phenomenal performance from plenty of the rest of the teams so far. I'm looking forward to seeing what Group B are going to have for us tomorrow as well. Seeing just what they've got in store for us, because if today's anything to go by, it's going to be one hell of a performance. FLUX, FUT, KAOS, ESPORTS, Digital Athletics, 3D Max, all sitting tomorrow. So plenty of strong teams still from today will be playing in and amongst it. We'll have to wait and see for that, though. Last match kicking off. Let's see if there's any hot drops. Are we going to see the 3D Max S2G rivalry continue?
Yeah, I mean, it's the real question. I mean, you saw there over on that very nice little video, the power rankings, that 3D Max and S2G definitely rivals here in the tournament. You can see exactly why, considering their drop spots around the map. CEO later, give them a bit of a wider berth this time, considering they hunted him down last time. Which is fair enough.
Close by to CEO, who hits the deck there. Might be in trouble. Now, Valo may be hunting it down. A lot of mix-up on that northwestern side as vehicles are scrabbled for. Looks like teams are posting up and maybe taking some shots.
I mean, for a lot of this map, it's very similar. Once again, we're heading up towards that northwest side, so having a bit of a repeat of what we saw last time around. Could definitely head down towards Monte Nuevo, but we'll wait for Zone 2 for that to happen. But again, what we're looking at is a lot of high ground availability to these players in that end game, which would be very important. We saw how Brute Force were able to use it early on, but then they lost it towards that late game. You don't want that to happen. And make sure you're nice and grouped up, able to support one another. I think Neos and Prepod had the right idea, but just not enough support around that area. I think that when you're Ado, you don't want to be sat with your back against the wall because it's so easy just to crash on top of you. And you see here with CEO later moving far away from the rest of his squad. He's in the territory right now of Brute Force, so a bit awkward for him to get out. And Narvalo just passing some of that information back.
CEO later taking shots out. This is the turmoil that's being caused by these tangled drops so far. I feel like teams are going to now start to think to disengage fully if they can. Narvalo moving back off this. He's probably spotted that it's two teams engaging rather than just him looking down on one team, maybe able to get a pot shot or two in. And will just fold back. He wants to grab the loot, try and get a better position out towards Alfonso potentially with the rest of his team. Play the game for the next phases rather than right up on the doorstep. CEO later maybe not afforded that opportunity. The backup from S2G is coming though. So it could be difficult for Freezer to make this one work.
Yeah, just the one nade sent in there from Freezer. Like I said, the rest of S2G is grouping up on top of CEO later now. Take a look at the map. We got a big old spread of teams down towards that southeast side. The moneymakers, who are certainly making a name for themselves here in the PMSL EMEA, down towards Puerto Paraíso. Long way to go once again, but we saw them pull it off quite nicely in that last match there on Miramar. There are a few teams that push their way through with this playing path. S2G seem to have found their mark in Neos, and he goes down, and Brute Force is just in no position to respond to it.
S2G opening well with a punch out to Neos. And they will stay alive for now. And Arvalo not having anything to say about that. Just keeping things nice and restrained for the time being. Victor as well with the backup movement. Arvalo can now fold away. I feel like it should have happened maybe about 30 seconds ago, but they are going to get away from this. And now S2G, having taken an elimination over towards Neos, have the freedom to potentially pursue. You saw them sort of moving in that same direction. And 3D Max will need to redistribute that loot over towards Narvalo, who has taken that forward position.
Brute Force, I think, in a really bad spot now, John. Obviously, Freezer pushed back here. Likely to get surrounded very shortly. It really is a big clump of teams towards this position. Prepod finally makes himself known over towards S2G, but Freezer manages to pop out the micro easy, finds one. Hamzy G tries to move away, gets up towards that ridge line. Nice quick movements though from the rest of Brute Force. In the meantime, it's BEŞİKTAŞ. Poser takes some shots over towards FLUX, but it is returned in kind, but from a different team on foot KAOS.
Doka Machine able to make that one work for him, getting that elimination point now. Hamzy G on the high ground. He tried to push them off. He did indeed succeed in that pursuit, but Freezer still locked and engaged. Hamzy G first across with the buggy, breaks ground, has backup from CEO later, but down the corridor, the micro Uzi can light it up. Can he find the damage? Because Hamzy G has a nade cooking. He pushes forward out of the danger zone of the nade, sprays strafes, but nearly doesn't make it. Unfortunately for him, he's going to go down to the pan, and Hamzy G cooks him up. Unfortunate for the spray down of the micro Uzi. It looked so close, but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Freezer there, because that's more of a confidence issue than anything. I think if he just committed to the spray, he would have actually got both of them in that situation. The nerves got to him in the end. Be more confident in his own ability, which is a really good spray for him, to be honest. Some long shots coming through from foot KAOS. I mean, they might be able to even take down the vehicles. It heads over the top, smoking away there. Great team shots coming through from them. Great teamwork all around from this team throughout today. You know, there's been no serious individual performance from any of these one guys, but together they have been very, very good overall.
Foot KAOS keeping things nice and tight on this northeast side. 2 eliminations found, and they will look to move off fairly shortly. They're reorganizing their vehicles to be able to do so as fast as they like. In the future, teams on the northern side moving along the roads to the east of La Cobreria. FLUX moving past Digital Athletics right now, trying to keep things alive. 2 players alive for FLUX, so they want to be careful. They are getting ahead of Digital Athletics and potentially closer to a center position near Crater Fields.
A lot of teams very much packed over towards this eastern edge because of the plane path that came through, but NIGMA Galaxy kind of has the pick of the litter right now over towards that western side. They're hoping for a western shift on the circle. We'll see if that comes to bear, but again, a lot of that danger that is shown from that high ground over towards Crater Fields itself is pretty much eliminated by the fact that Brute Force has lost so many players in the early game here. So this should be a good opportunity for NIGMA Galaxy to get some more points on the board for themselves. And with a shift like that, you know, they have a clear-cut line on the roadside to get into a very strong position towards this northern edge. All these other teams just sending it as quickly as possible. So for NIGMA Galaxy, particularly on your screen right now, you need to see a very fast approach and a very quick decision of what they want to do next, because this is one of the few times where you get thrown a bone on a team on the west side.
This is perfect for them, but S2G making faster ground here. Lufa waylaid by the crate drop there, trying to pick up a weapon. Needs the backup. So hop over towards Onyx Ravens, who are able to take a pop shot over towards Kante. Make it work as well. Fidan maybe trying to slow them down a little bit, with Kante the only one to go down. Power still have 3 players alive. A spray over the top means that Al-Haji does fall. An unfortunate trade, but Ali able to duke it out well. Fidan behind the buggy now, trying to reposition, trying to get a little bit better of an angle over towards the Onyx Ravens, but he's going to be denied that opportunity. Just a sliver of HP. Is he going to be able to get away? He's still playing at range, and Silas is going to chime in. RCB have waded into the fight from the south edge. The high ground that they've got, really strong. Late spotted. Fidan completely undiscovered there around behind the buggy, goes for one, but Ali trades it off.
Thanks, Ravens. Ali keeping the dream alive here for them. So many other teams have already made their way in, and a lot of people had the same exact idea to make this rotation on the north side. You got Regnum Kaya as well down towards that south edge. Digital Athletics, power suffered horribly at the hands of a lot of these teams on the eastern side. 3D Max comes in though, looks to take the fight up against BEŞİKTAŞ. Horrid nade there from Kakali. Somehow still able to hold them back, but Victor does incredible work there. Keeps them at bay, takes some great shots through the doors, and Robs gets back up on his feet. So for 3D Max, what a start to their game.
On the southeast side, the final match of the day, they're making their bid for that top spot. 53 points right now, the mark. If NIGMA Galaxy want to get on up there, they need to start fragging. And like you said, that bone was thrown to them. On the western side, they had that rotational path in. They now have a central spot to try and chase this top spot from RCB, who are flagging out on this eastern side. They're right next to the remnants of the Onyx Ravens, and they're going to need to play on this eastern side, which is going to be difficult now that teams have taken up occupation in the middles.
A lot of space has already been removed, but there is a huge amount of possibilities with this circle of where it can go next and what kind of plays that could be made off the back of it. So for a lot of teams just trying to situate themselves around Crater Fields is fine, because Crater Fields sort of masks a lot of players' presence. It's really, really easy for a fair few teams to set themselves in a good spot to make the next run towards what they think is the best position on the map here. Team Spirit down towards that south side, waylaid against Heroic as well. Brute Force split between two players there with Prepod as well as Ado. Twisted Minds finally making their way in alongside with the Moneymakers. They did wipe Team Spirit off the face of Miramar last match around.
Is it going to be a repeat? We'll have to wait and see. The southwest side still under occupation by Team Spirit. S2G looking to keep control of this hillside. Team Falcons jousting back and forth, but no full crashes just yet, no picks found, and a lot of open terrain between the two teams means that it's unlikely to develop further than this once S2G settle up on their hillside. NIGMA Galaxy out on the west of the crater have a really strong ridge to be playing around now.
S2G start to find some pot shots. Again, what they'll have to be most wary of is a lot of teams coming in from the north, because that big melee over towards the northeast side around La Cobreria finally finished. Regnum Kaya, Bra making their way in, Digital Athletics as well as KAOS, 3D Max also in similar boat to them. You can see here as S2G tries to move around. Again, they're already being beset upon by NIGMA Galaxy. It's a risky spot to take, and you have to be very aware that there is teams coming towards your location. It just seems like S2G just wasn't prepared for a team coming over to what is a pretty reasonable rotational path for a lot of these teams.
NIGMA Galaxy assuaging the tide. The rotation.
That's a 2v4 as well.
Down the western edge, just going pretty well for NIGMA Galaxy. Well, not well for S2G, pretty well for NIGMA Galaxy. Seems like they will continue this presence on the western edge. Still, Ado biding his time out there. See if he can strike true in the moments to come. Nomi with a player knocked underneath him. He knows he's there. He knows what he's done. He should be able to pick up this point. No problem. Get a little bit of loot on board as well. Some more ammo, some top-ups, some meds. You'll be happy with that. Ado dealt with. Wasn't able to do anything about NIGMA Galaxy, but Lufa looks a little bit low. We'll be able to heal up off the body.
Yeah, get it done. NIGMA Galaxy, though, in a bit of a tough spot right now, John. Like, I think they're clearly understanding that this is a very dangerous position to be in, so get a bit of a spread on. They know they need to keep shooting back. They need to get a bit of that presence on board, but they are sandwiched now between those teams that play down towards Puerto Paraíso, now finally making their way into the circle on that western rotate, similar to them. So for NIGMA Galaxy, this is going to be a test of endurance, resilience right now, how they can hold up against two separate teams. That circle sort of takes some of that pressure off their back, as other teams in this location will start to want to move away, as opposed to edge guarding. There's very few possibilities of play in this next circle over towards that eastern side.
Taking a look at the teams stationed around, you've got NIGMA Galaxy, that big force in the west. They need to regroup up towards the lip of Crater Fields, but that's a dangerous move to make. And Moneymakers are going to try and do the same thing. Over on the northeastern side, you've still got Regnum Bra Esports over in La Correria on the northeast side of this one, with 3D Max playing further out on the eastern edge. So potential clash between those two. And then playing from the southwest, you've got Spirit, who are going to crunch Moneymakers towards and into this fight. And they are going to force it with Team Falcons instead. They've gone straight over the middle and into the open ground, but it's not going to matter because KAOS on the warpath yet again. And they are finding more and more as time goes on, immediately just dispatching the Falcons' presence in the middle there. You can see only one player remains. They keep everyone alive, and that is a bold move, but it's paid off.
Yeah, it's paid off there very nicely. You love to see it. I think for Moneymakers, this has been an awesome day for them. A little bit of a dark horse coming into this one, yet despite that, they just have looked unbelievably good. I'm excited to see what they can continue doing here, John, honestly. I don't think they're going to let up. It has been consistent time and time again, picking these fights very well.
Naomi up and close. Ralph wins the trade. Naomi wants an answer with a nade over the top, but Ralph slips away from it. Coops takes down Naomi fully. Another nade in from effect, and Ralph now really under pressure. A pincer maneuver being enacted on him, but can he keep his cool? Lord will go down in the meantime. Enigma Galaxy trying to keep things together. Naomi will be isolated. Ralph pushes forwards, isn't going down. Effect finally able to handle business, but the nade goes long. A spray from the hop out on the buggy, but it's not going to find its mark. And now only one player left standing. It's Kitsune. In a turn of events, Kitsune are the last player for Team Spirit to stay alive in the face of Enigma Galaxy and their unstoppable onslaught, or seemingly so. In the past few maps, another nade goes long, a little bit of damage. Coops now wades on forwards and into the fray, over the top with the pump action. 1-2, but Kitsune wins out the duel, and it's a 1 versus 1 now. He goes for the point, takes his attention off of Lufa as he tries to traipse his way forwards, and Kitsune falls finally. Enigma Galaxy stay alive, but only just.
I mean, for Kitsune, that was really the chance to prove himself right on the team, as opposed to just losing it like that. So unfortunate for the boys on Team Spirit. 3 eliminations found for them, but that could have been an awesome standoff between them and Enigma Galaxy. Really, really sad. But again, I'm proud of Enigma Galaxy there. I'm proud of Lufa, able to hold his own. He's one of the new players on the team, and I think they must be happy with the pickup, honestly.
Certainly seems to be a very functional part of the Enigma Galaxy machine right now. It's RCB yet again. Goodness me, they are having one hell of a day for the circles right now over on that north side.
I wouldn't even say this was hell of a day. I mean, some of the circles have been good for them, but a few of the games today, I'd say maybe 2 they've had some luck, but the rest of them, it's just been really good rotations, John. I was actually watching them since the start of this game, and they have just made some pretty heads-up rotations, because I was in the same boat as you, where I was like, goodness me, they're getting very lucky on the circle magnet. But no, they're actually just making some very heads-up rotations at the moment.
Lufa down on the front for Enigma Galaxy now. Does have the backup, but Scarface moving forwards, potentially putting a little bit more pressure on the weak point now established. Yekta on the backlines does get spotted and taken down a little bit lower, and unfortunately they've already lost Nico as well on the sidelines, which means they're only playing as 2. The res can be pushed in. Coops there with the pump action still. I mean, he seems to be favoring it quite nicely over the top and steps out wide into the blue, takes the damage and takes it on the chin well. Wears it with pride. Coops now moving in to look for the protection onto Lufa. Just Coldex now left standing. Lord with the down shots, wanting to put the hurt back over towards this direction with FUT KAOS as well in the sidelines. It's not looking good for Digital Athletics.
He's got a face down. Taken down by Lord from NIGMA Galaxy, who are just barreling through the competition at the moment. It has been a lot of fights for them. Decent nade over the top. Burst just a little bit too late. Not able to find anything off the back of it. Lufa down. Nice shots there from Coldex. Cute little off angle, but doesn't come to anything. But again, NIGMA Galaxy faces up against another team with FUT KAOS. The res is coming through. The nades are going to be absolutely dangerous here. But Ralph's up close and personal alongside with Lord. And FUT KAOS has let people into their area, into their zone. Coops goes down. Arguably their craziest player on the team. Can they keep this up here, John?
Oh, the Groza from Doka Machine is just too powerful there. Lufa goes down as well in the back lines, and NIGMA Galaxy having it all fall down around their ears. Lord goes, and it is FUT KAOS to triumph over on this western edge. So NIGMA Galaxy's bid for that top spot is drawn short. They will not be able to overtake RCB in this final match. Now, it's all up to Moneymakers. Oh, FUT have a chance too as well.
Yeah, I mean, FUT do have a chance here at the end of this one. But RCB looking to stop NIGMA Galaxy getting any closer to them at the end of this day. They have a really good lineup on that north side, John. Heroic will have to leave this mountaintop eventually. Yeah, it's an interesting one in terms of the terrain available here. It will be a curious ending. I mean, a lot of teams praying for a southwest shift because leaving those creative fields is going to be nasty. And a fully central one. We'll keep S2G in it for a while, but Moneymakers now probably set their sights towards S2G, and they can feel those eyes burrowing into the back of their heads.
This is a pretty rough circle, though. A lot of open ground around where a lot of these players are trying to find themselves. And it is just no fun. The open terrain that sits around this area. A couple of hills to try and play along. I'm still liking RCB for this one. If you had to take my guess, then it is them right now. That's who I'd be backing in this race. But it certainly is. It's far from a certain call right now.
There's a lot that can change here. I do like this from RCB, though, moving down from that north side, pushing further over towards FUT. And this is what they do a lot, is that they're not a team to stand idly by when there's position to be taken. And I think they understand a lot of teams don't want to move towards the center here. So edge guarding and not letting a team that obviously wants to push further over towards this northern side get any further towards them, whilst they're still being pressured by the blue, is really important to them. So really good stuff from RCB. This keeps them very much a contention for this western side. I think that, honestly, you'd be remiss not to agree with you earlier, John, saying that this is very much an RCB game to lose.
Silas moving in for the backup. They did manage to get the trade. Loxy saved by a little bit of a wild spray from the FUT KAOS player a little bit further up the hill from him, and they can get that res now. The sweep out to the west is looking good as FUT do get wiped away there. And more pressure now established. Moneymakers, however, still on the warpath. 6 eliminations found so far. Cal is in a resable position. Gaith trying to line up the spray down a corridor, but answered with a volley. Doubled back towards him.
Koa a little bit out of the way here. Honestly, not easy to pick back up, but is being rezzed right now. Onyx Ravens had sightlines, but they lost a player of their own, had to pick him back up. In the aftermath, though, 3D Max takes a very interesting approach this game. 2-2 split. It's a very bold split. They understand they've got the majority of the high ground here. They saw RCB give up this lineup over towards the northern side. They weren't going to let them do that for free either, so they take position. This is Victor and Robs over on this northern edge. Great shots from Victor. Will take down Silas, who has been such a good player on this team.
It's like the team from France has something to say. A regroup up to the north as well with SnowX here. Puts them at 3-1 on the split. RCB having Silas down at the back. Loxy close enough to go for a res. The question is, do they have the cover to do it? Look at the smokes that they've had to invest here. A really solid pickup in terms of draining those resources for 3D Max, if not just getting an elimination outright. They have managed to wither and wilt that RCB position with that resource investment.
Silas makes his way down the slope there, slides down it, get back to position. Smokes have been laid out. Wild is up close and personal though. Really good player to leave behind as well. You know that he's your most reliable fragger, so you leave him one of the most dangerous positions to be. I'm not even sure 3D Max know of his location because they sent so many players over towards that western side in the first place. Narvalo probably would be the first one to spot, so he needs to be really clear on his information that's being passed back over towards 3D Max, because either way, this is likely to explode into a 3v4 without Narvalo's help. Nade comes through. Those look pretty good on towards Loxy.
Ooh. Just about gets away with it, though. RCB maintaining 4. Moneymakers. Spray to continue over towards Gabe, who's been trying to do something from this warehouse for the longest time now. But Falcons, yeah, they're not going to be able to see the next circle at this rate. They will go down. Eliminated 5th place. Won a limb. Not the most points accrued, but still better than some. 3D Max continue to try and keep control over this high ground with some heads-up split play. Narvalo still maintaining that south point position, but the roll-up from RCB might make the numbers a little bit too important for them. Silas moving up, falling back. They are just trying to bait out these nades, draw out that utility that they had to expend to go for the res earlier on, and try and get a little bit of an advantage. The nades bombard backwards, but there's a lot of damage sent over towards Victor. Kiss, Wild, both doing work there as Silas rolls up forwards, cooking another nade, hitting the deck, waiting for them to move further in. Steps up, has a good cook. The DBS though in hand for Rob's close by. Can it find it? No, it can't. Rob's backed off. Silas now traded off as SnowX weighs on in this area, and there comes Narvalo. He needs to make a move, but so do Moneymakers. They're all moving up now to this north side. RCB taken low here. 3D Max left on 1, and Narvalo was not there to back up his team.
I mean, to be honest with you, Narvalo's making the right decision. It's just great information gathering coming from Silas. He makes that sweep, immediately moves back to his team without taking a lick of damage, says it's 3 guys up there. We just need to send in grenades, do a distraction play, and we've just got the bodies to make this one work. So a very, very smart play there from Silas. Unfortunately, will finally fall as the Moneymakers take a great opportunity to move over towards this north side. This has been an absolute day for the Moneymakers. A back-to-back here on Miramar. They'd be very happy with.
I'm calling now. It's Narvalo. He takes this one. Wild going for the spray. Across, looking for a straight shot. Goes 1 for 1 on the trades. Looking for an answering knock, but it's just not quite there. Kiss and Loxy still in action as the nades push them back. The fire forces Loxy into the smoke with the DBS. Can't quite land that first shot. Kiss is there, but he's dispatched as well. Now it's all up to Narvalo. And I know I called it, but I think I was a little bit overzealous with thinking if he could third party something. A sideswipe, he's made the cross. I don't think they know. Are they aware that he's there? The nade comes in, and that's going to give the game away. Icy's close by. A low HP bars make this possible for Narvalo, but it's just not going to work out. The buggy goes up, and it is a back-to-back chicken dinner on Miramar for the Moneymakers. The Triple M threat, and it will be good for another.
Yeah, I think that honestly 3D Max just bites off a little bit more of the can chew there. Going with the 3-1 split at the end game, a little bit dangerous. I like the 2-2 split when it was a bit more passive, where they were just trying to catch players off guard as they moved out. But I think eventually you do need to just fully commit to the 4 players on that north side. They held the high ground, and really the only reason that RCB is able to win that fight is because it is a 3v4, as well as some great information gathering from Silas. They patched that game together very well towards the final moments. So again, RCB, really, really well done. And I think that those are our real big 2 teams of the day there, is Moneymakers and RCB. Both teams have really shown some massively good PUBG Mobile gameplay today.
Absolutely. I think the Moneymakers, the thing that I would highlight about their gameplay today is their third-party potential. Their snap decisions are more often than not the right call. And that is a really valuable skill to have. And not only is it the right call, it is well executed on the right call as well. With that match, they might just be able to catch up a little bit to RC Bra, but look at how many points that they were able to accrue. 14 points on the top of the lead they already had. I don't even know if that Moneymakers game can put a dent in it. I'm pretty sure we found our TDM stars for tomorrow.
Yeah, man, I think for overall, this is a really, really, really good showing from the boys on Moneymakers. I think even in those power rankings, a lot of teams sort of doubted them, weren't sure where to place them. I think that there will be no doubts anymore. This is a very dangerous team to come up against. But yeah, it's been a great day today, and not what I expected from a lot of these teams. A lot of really cool individual plays.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been some standout moments today. So I'm really happy with how things have kicked off. The thing that I think I heard some of the players say about Moneymakers though was that it was just like a little bit touch and go. Are they going to do really well? Are they not? Today, obviously, a great day for them. Now, can they continue it? Are they going to be on that streaky style of play that we've seen from a few other teams before? And I suppose the same is true for RC Bra as well. Absolutely. There are 2 back-to-back chicken dinners today. Erangel was RC Bra's Battleground and Miramar for the Moneymakers.
Yeah, it's super cool to see that you've got RC Bra deciding that, you know, these guys are the kings of Erangel, and Moneymakers deciding that these guys are going to be dominating on Miramar. But you know what we got next? We do have the MVP, who will be deciding who they're going up against tomorrow. Let's find out.
Let's take a look at that. Coops.
Oh.
What a performance today from Coops. I mean, just that 1v4 rather, alone that he was able to execute. It was kind of a 1 versus 4. I'm pretty sure he got 5 limbs in the final moments there with Storm further down the hill. He was able to pick that one off. I thought it might have been a little bit greedy, but the guy stands on his own here. 19 eliminations. 3,270 damage over 4 matches. That's crazy. Oh, sorry, over 6 matches. That is crazy averages.
Yeah, it's an awesome day from Coops overall. Again, the 1v4 and the 1v1 at the same time. I don't think that happens very often at all. So very well done to Coops, and he'll be selecting a team to play up against NIGMA Galaxy tomorrow after match 3, so you don't want to miss that. But in the meantime, honestly, I just did not expect Moneymakers to do so well today, and I'm glad they did overall. It has been a fantastic day for this team.
Absolutely. A brilliant result from them. The overall standings, I'm sure, got shaken up quite a bit by that last match as well. I think there is one team that I was pretty happy with at the start of the day, but then as time has gone on, I've just continually been more and more disappointed by them. 3-2-1 Team Spirit. It's been fun to watch them, and they've got quite a few points as well, but they just haven't been able to unleash the beast. They haven't quite cracked open that Monster Energy, the proud sponsors here at the PMSL EMEA, and they haven't been able to keep that power that we've seen from those players in the past. It's just not coming together. They've been reduced down to 2 players quite a lot, and it just hasn't worked out. I want more from them, and I want to see it tomorrow.
Absolutely. I definitely want to see it tomorrow. And if you also want to catch us tomorrow, make sure you follow us on all our socials, which you can find down below underneath me, and they will keep you up to date of what's happening in the PUBG Mobile scene, including all the esports that are going on right now, because there's lots.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys, for watching. We are going to be closing this one down. I've been John Allen. With me is Blank. Thank you so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow for some more live action hot from the PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds. We'll see you there.